The Roman Empire didn't end with a bang. It kind of just crumbled away piece by piece, until one day people looked around and realized the world had fundamentally changed. The Western Roman Empire, which had dominated Europe for centuries, was collapsing under its own weight and the pressure of external invaders. On August 24th, 410 AD, something happened that shocked the entire known world. The Visigoths, a Germanic people led by their king Alaric, sacked the city of Rome itself. This was the first time in nearly 800 years that the city had fallen to a foreign enemy. Rome wasn't even the capital anymore by that point. The administrative center had moved first to Milan in 286 and then to Ravenna in 402. But Rome remained a powerful symbol, and its sacking sent shockwaves through the empire. The Visigoths didn't destroy Rome completely. They stayed for 3 days, looting and pillaging, but they left the city standing. Still, the psychological damage was immense. If Rome could fall, what was safe? The city had been untouchable for so long that many people believed it was divinely protected. When Alaric's forces breached the walls, that illusion shattered. Alaric himself died later that same year, succeeded by Ataulfus, who led the Visigoths into Spain and southern Gaul. They established a kingdom there that would last for centuries, with their capital eventually at Toledo. The Visigoths weren't alone. Multiple Germanic tribes were carving up the corpse of the Western Empire. The Ostrogoths established themselves in Italy under Theodoric the Great, ruling from 493 to 553 CE. The Vandals created a kingdom in North Africa, centered on Carthage, lasting from 435 to 534. The Burgundians settled in what's now eastern France and western Switzerland. The Franks occupied northern Gaul, the region that would eventually become France. Each of these kingdoms had its own character, its own leadership, its own approach to ruling the former Roman territories. The final official end of the Western Roman Empire came in 476 AD. A Germanic chieftain named Odoacer deposed the last Western Roman emperor, a teenager with the ironic name Romulus Augustulus. Little Romulus, little Augustus. He was neither. Odoacer declared himself king of Italy, and that was that. The Western Empire was finished. Interestingly, Odoacer didn't actually sack Rome the way Alaric had. He was relatively civilized about the whole thing. But the empire was gone nonetheless. While the West collapsed, the Eastern Roman Empire continued. We call it the Byzantine Empire now, though the people living in it just called themselves Romans. Constantinople, founded by Constantine the Great, became the center of Roman civilization. The Byzantine Empire would last another 1,000 years, until 1453. It preserved Roman law, Greek culture, and Christian theology. The Byzantine emperors still claimed authority over the entire Roman world, even though they only controlled the eastern half. They spoke Greek rather than Latin. Their culture was different, more influenced by the Near East than by classical Rome, but they maintained the fiction of Roman continuity. One of the most significant Byzantine emperors was Justinian I, who ruled from 527 to 565. He reconquered parts of Italy, North Africa, and southern Spain. He codified Roman law in a massive legal compilation that would influence European law for centuries. And during his reign, disaster struck. Between 541 and 542 AD, a pandemic known as the Plague of Justinian swept through the Mediterranean world. This plague was caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, the same microorganism responsible for the later Black Death. DNA analysis conducted as recently as 2025 confirmed this directly. The plague probably started in the port of Pelusium in Lower Egypt around 541. From there, it spread via grain ships that supplied Constantinople and other cities throughout the empire. The first cases appeared in Constantinople in spring 542. Justinian himself contracted the disease but recovered, which was fortunate for him. Most people didn't. The plague raged through the capital for 4 months. Some modern scholars estimate it killed up to 5,000 people per day at its peak. Perhaps 40% of Constantinople's population died. Across the eastern Mediterranean, maybe a quarter of the entire population perished. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. The plague would return in waves throughout the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries, though later outbreaks were less severe and more localized. The demographic and economic impact was staggering. Labor shortages, agricultural disruption, military weakness. The plague of Justinian helped prevent Justinian from fully restoring the Roman Empire. His reconquests were impressive but ultimately unsustainable. After he died, much of the reconquered territory was lost again. Meanwhile, in the West, something new was emerging from the ruins of Roman civilization. Christianity had been the official religion of the empire since the late 4th century. Now it became the organizing principle of medieval society. Monasteries sprouted across Europe, becoming centers of learning, agriculture, and spiritual devotion. The monastic movement had started earlier, with hermits in the Egyptian desert, but it took on new forms in Europe. One of the most influential figures in Western monasticism was Benedict of Nursia, who lived from around 480 to 549. He established a monastery at Monte Cassino, between Rome and Naples, and wrote a guidebook for monastic life known as the Rule of St. Benedict. The rule was written in the early 6th century, probably around 540. It prescribed a balanced life of prayer, work, and study. Monks following Benedict's rule took vows of stability, reformation of life, and obedience. They prayed at set hours throughout the day and night. They worked with their hands, farming and copying manuscripts. They lived in community under the authority of an abbot. The rule of St. Benedict was practical and moderate compared to some earlier monastic guidelines. Benedict understood human nature. He didn't demand impossible feats of asceticism. He required obedience and discipline, but also provided for adequate food, sleep, and clothing. This moderation helped the rule spread. It became the dominant monastic rule in Western Europe. Benedictine monasteries preserved classical learning during a period when literacy was declining. They copied manuscripts of ancient texts, both Christian and pagan. Without these monastic scriptoria, many classical works would have been lost forever. Christianity in this period wasn't uniform. Different regions developed different practices and traditions. In Ireland and Britain, Celtic Christianity flourished with its own distinctive character. Celtic monks were famous for their missionary zeal and their love of learning. They established monasteries that became centers of scholarship. Irish monks like Columba and Columbanus traveled to Scotland and continental Europe, spreading Christianity and founding monasteries. Celtic Christianity emphasized the role of abbots rather than bishops. It calculated the date of Easter differently from Roman Christianity. It had its own artistic style in illuminated manuscripts and metalwork. The Roman form of Christianity eventually won out over the Celtic tradition in Britain. This happened partly because of missionary efforts from Rome. In 597 AD, Pope Gregory I sent a monk named Augustine to convert the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England. Augustine and about 40 companions landed in Kent and met with King Ethelbert. Ethelbert's wife Bertha was a Frankish Christian, and she had been in contact with the Pope. The meeting took place outdoors because Ethelbert, still a pagan, was wary of the missionaries and thought the open air would be safer. Augustine succeeded in converting Ethelbert and many of his subjects. He established his seat at Canterbury, which became the centre of English Christianity. By the 7th century, the Christianization of Britain was largely complete. On the continent, the Frankish kingdom was becoming increasingly powerful. The Franks were a Germanic people who had settled in northern Gaul. Their most famous early king was Clovis I, who ruled from around 481 to 511. Clovis unified the Frankish tribes and expanded his territory through military conquest. But his most significant act was his conversion to Christianity. His wife Clotilde was a Burgundian Catholic, and she persistently urged him to convert. Clovis resisted for years. When their first son was baptized and then died shortly afterward, Clovis blamed Christianity. When their second son was baptized without his permission and became seriously ill, he resisted even more strongly. But then came the Battle of Tolbiac, where Clovis fought against the Alemanni. According to legend, Clovis was losing the battle and prayed to the Christian God, promising to convert if he won. He won. So on Christmas Day, most sources say 496, though some historians argue for 498 or even 506. Clovis was baptized at Reims by Bishop Remigius, later known as Saint Remy. Several thousand of his warriors were baptized alongside him. This mass conversion was hugely significant. Most other Germanic kingdoms were Arian Christians who believed Jesus was subordinate to God the Father. The Franks became Catholic, accepting the Nicene Creed and the authority of the Pope. This alignment with Rome would have enormous political consequences. The Frankish kingdom became the protector of Catholic orthodoxy and the ally of the papacy. Clovis expanded Frankish territory substantially. He defeated the Visigoths in southern Gaul. He eliminated rival Frankish leaders. By the time of his death in 511, the Frankish kingdom stretched from the Pyrenees to the Rhine. After Clovis died, his kingdom was divided among his 4 sons, following Frankish custom. This led to periods of fragmentation and civil war. But the Franks remained powerful. They were the dominant force in Western Europe. The Merovingian dynasty, descended from Clovis, ruled the Franks for 2.5 centuries. Some Merovingian kings were strong and effective. Others were weak, and real power passed to their chief officials, called mayors of the palace. By the 7th century, one family of mayors, the Carolingians, was accumulating increasing power. They would eventually overthrow the Merovingians and establish their own dynasty. But that comes later, in the next phase of medieval history. During these early medieval centuries, sometimes called the Dark Ages, literacy declined sharply in Western Europe. The Roman educational system had collapsed. Fewer people could read Latin. Fewer still could read Greek. The classical learning of antiquity was preserved primarily in monasteries. Monks copied manuscripts by hand, laboriously transcribing texts one letter at a time. They copied Christian texts, the Bible, works of the Church Fathers, liturgical books. They also copied pagan classical texts, Virgil, Cicero, Caesar. The monks didn't always understand what they were copying. Sometimes they made errors, but they preserved the texts. Without monastic scriptoria, the works of classical antiquity would have been lost. Agriculture during this period was relatively primitive compared to what came later. Most farming was subsistence level. Peasants grew enough to feed themselves and their families, with a small surplus to give to their lord. The technology was limited. The light Mediterranean plough, the Aard, was suitable for the thin soils of the south, but struggled with the heavy clay soils of northern Europe. The heavy plough, or karuka, which could turn these soils more effectively, was developed during this period, probably in the 6th or 7th century. It had a coulter to cut the soil vertically, a ploughshare to cut horizontally, and a mouldboard to turn the earth over. Settlements were small and scattered. Villages clustered around a lord's manor or a church. Most buildings were made of wood and thatch, which meant they've left little archaeological trace. Life was hard, short, and brutish for most people. Infant mortality was high. Disease was common. Violence was endemic. The legal system that had maintained order during Roman times was gone. In its place emerged a patchwork of local customs and personal loyalties. The concept of feudalism, the system of land tenure and personal obligation that would characterize medieval society, was beginning to form during this period. It wasn't fully developed yet. That would take a few more centuries, but the basic ideas were emerging. A lord granted land to a follower in exchange for military service and loyalty. The follower, a vassal, swore an oath of allegiance to the lord. In return, the lord provided protection. This personal relationship, reinforced by ritual and oath, became the foundation of medieval political structure. The early Middle Ages were a time of transition and transformation. The classical world of Rome was gone. The medieval world wasn't quite born yet. Europe was finding its way, building new structures on the ruins of the old. The Germanic kingdoms were gradually becoming more organized and stable. The church was growing in power and influence, filling the vacuum left by the collapse of imperial authority. Monasteries were preserving learning and spreading Christianity. The Frankish kingdom was expanding and consolidating. The foundations were being laid for everything that would follow, for Charlemagne's empire, for feudalism, for medieval Christianity, for the whole complex edifice of medieval civilization. These early centuries set the stage. The actors were taking their positions. The story was about to begin in earnest. By the mid-8th century, the Frankish kingdom had reached a turning point. The Merovingian kings, descendants of Clovis, had become weak figureheads. Real power rested with the mayors of the palace, officials who theoretically served the king, but actually controlled everything. One family of mayors, the Carolingians, had accumulated so much power that they decided to make it official. In 751, Pippin the Short, with the blessing of Pope Zachary, deposed the last Merovingian king and crowned himself king of the Franks. The Carolingian dynasty had begun. Pippin's son would become the most famous ruler of the Middle Ages. Charles, known to history as Charlemagne, Charles the Great, was born in either 747 or 748. The exact date is uncertain, which is typical for this period. When Pippin died in 768, the kingdom was divided between Charlemagne and his younger brother Carloman. The brothers didn't get along. They were on the verge of civil war when Carloman conveniently died in 771, leaving Charlemagne as sole ruler. Carloman's widow and children fled to the Lombards in Italy, but Charlemagne ignored their claims. He had a kingdom to build. And build he did. Charlemagne spent most of his reign at war. He fought more than 50 military campaigns during his 46 years as king. His first major conflict was with the Lombards, a Germanic people who controlled much of Italy. The Lombards were threatening papal territories, and Pope Hadrian I asked Charlemagne for help. In 773, Charlemagne invaded Italy. He besieged the Lombard capital of Pavia for months. When the city finally surrendered in 774, Charlemagne took the Iron Crown of the Lombards and declared himself king of the Lombards. Italy was now part of his realm. But Charlemagne's longest and most brutal war was against the Saxons. The Saxon Wars lasted from 772 to 804, 32 years of intermittent campaigning and savage violence. The Saxons were a pagan Germanic people living in what's now northern Germany. They raided Frankish territory. They resisted Christianity. Charlemagne was determined to conquer and convert them. In 772, he destroyed the Irminsul, a sacred pillar or tree that was central to Saxon paganism. This was meant to demonstrate that the Saxon gods were powerless against the Christian God. The Saxons didn't see it that way. They fought back fiercely. Charlemagne would conquer a region, leave a garrison, and move on. As soon as he left, the Saxons would rebel, massacre the garrison, and revert to paganism. This happened repeatedly. Charlemagne responded with increasing brutality. The worst incident occurred in October 782 at Verden, near the confluence of the Aller and Weser rivers. A Saxon rebellion had just defeated a Frankish force at the Battle of Suntal. When Charlemagne arrived with his army, he demanded that the Saxons surrender those responsible for the rebellion. According to the Royal Frankish Annals, 4,500 Saxons were beheaded in a single day. Modern historians debate whether this number is accurate or exaggerated, but the massacre definitely happened. It was meant as exemplary vengeance for the deaths of Charlemagne's men. The method, decapitation, was the Roman penalty for traitors and oath-breakers. Charlemagne was making a point. The Saxon Wars didn't end at Verden. They continued for another 2 decades. Eventually, through a combination of military force, mass deportations, forced conversions, and the execution of rebel leaders, Charlemagne pacified Saxony. Christianity was imposed. Saxon tribal structures were dismantled. The region was incorporated into the Frankish kingdom. By 804, the conquest was complete. Charlemagne also campaigned in Spain. In 778, he responded to an invitation from some Muslim governors who were fighting among themselves. Charlemagne saw an opportunity to expand his territory and advance Christianity. He led an army across the Pyrenees, captured Pamplona, and advanced towards Zaragoza. But the governor of Zaragoza, Hussein ibn Yahya al-Ansari, refused to surrender. After a month-long siege got nowhere, Charlemagne accepted a bribe and withdrew. He had reports of Saxon revolts back home and needed to return. The withdrawal turned into disaster. On August 15th, 778, Basque warriors ambushed the Frankish rearguard at Roncevaux Pass in the Pyrenees. The rearguard was destroyed. Almost everyone was killed, including a Frankish noble named Roland. This relatively minor military setback became the basis for one of the great epic poems of the Middle Ages, the Song of Roland, which transformed the skirmish into a legendary battle between Christians and Muslims. In reality, it was Christian Basques attacking Christian Franks. But legends have their own logic. Despite occasional setbacks, Charlemagne's military conquests were remarkably successful. He expanded Frankish territory in every direction. He conquered the Avars, a nomadic people in Central Europe, seizing their immense treasure. He pushed into Brittany. He established a border region in northern Spain, called the Spanish March. He fought campaigns in Bavaria and Bohemia. By 800, his kingdom stretched from the Atlantic to the Danube, from the North Sea to central Italy. It was the largest political unit in Western Europe since the fall of Rome. On Christmas Day, in the year 800, something extraordinary happened. Charlemagne was in Rome. Pope Leo III had faced serious trouble the previous year. He'd been physically attacked by Roman nobles who tried to put out his eyes and tear out his tongue. Leo escaped and fled to Charlemagne, who provided protection and escorted him back to Rome. On December 23rd, Leo swore an oath declaring his innocence of all charges against him. 2 days later, at Mass in St. Peter's Basilica on Christmas morning, Charlemagne knelt at the altar to pray. Pope Leo III placed a gold crown on his head and proclaimed him Emperor of the Romans. The congregation acclaimed him. To Charles Augustus, crowned by God, the great and peace-giving Emperor of the Romans, life and victory. This coronation was hugely significant. For the first time since 476, there was an emperor in Western Europe. The imperial title had been vacant for more than 3 centuries. Now it was revived, not in the hands of someone in Constantinople claiming to be Roman, but in the hands of a Germanic warrior king in the West. The Byzantine emperors were furious. They saw themselves as the legitimate Roman emperors, but they couldn't do much about it. Charlemagne had the power, the territory, and the papal blessing. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. Historians still debate what the coronation meant. Some sources claim Charlemagne was surprised by it, that he didn't know Leo was going to crown him. Einhard, Charlemagne's biographer, says Charlemagne claimed he wouldn't have entered the church if he'd known what Leo planned. But this seems unlikely. The coronation required preparation. There were practical arrangements. Charlemagne probably knew it was coming. Whether he was genuinely surprised or just performing diplomatic theatre to avoid offending the Byzantines, we'll never know for certain. What we do know is that Charlemagne took his imperial responsibilities seriously. He saw himself as a Christian emperor with a duty to protect the church and spread Christianity. He also saw himself as responsible for the education and moral improvement of his subjects. This brings us to what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, a revival of learning, literacy and culture under Charlemagne's patronage. When Charlemagne came to power, educational standards were abysmal. Literacy was rare even among the clergy. Latin, the language of the church and of learning, was poorly understood. Texts were full of errors accumulated through generations of careless copying. Charlemagne was distressed by this situation. He recognized that to interpret the Holy Scriptures properly, one needed correct language and fluent Latin. He issued orders commanding that clergy be educated, whether by persuasion or compulsion. In 787, he issued a capitulary known as the Charter of Modern Thought, ordering the creation of schools. Later, around 789, he commanded, "In each bishopric and in each monastery let the psalms, the notes, the chant, calculation and grammar be taught, and carefully corrected books be available." To implement these reforms, Charlemagne gathered scholars from across Christendom. He brought Peter of Pisa to teach him Latin starting in 776. He brought Paulinus of Aquileia, whom he later made Patriarch of Aquileia. But his most important recruit was Alcuin of York, a Northumbrian monk and deacon who had been master of the cathedral school at York in England. In 782, Charlemagne induced Alcuin to move to his court and become master of the palace school at Aachen. Aachen was Charlemagne's capital, his favorite residence. He built a palace complex there with a chapel, administrative buildings, and the palace school. The palace school became a center of learning and culture. It was attended by members of the royal court and the sons of noble families. Alcuin helped establish a standardized curriculum based on the classical liberal arts. The curriculum was divided into two parts: the trivium, consisting of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and the quadrivium, consisting of arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. These 7 liberal arts became the foundation of medieval education. Alcuin also worked on standardizing Latin. Centuries of corruption had created wildly varying forms of Latin across Europe. Alcuin and his team of scholars worked to create a clear, correct, standardized form of Latin for use in liturgy, education, and administration. This standardization made communication and learning much easier. Charlemagne's palace schools followed a relatively uniform curriculum, taught using this standardized Latin. At Aachen, Alcuin established a great library. Charlemagne obtained manuscripts from Monte Cassino, Rome, Ravenna, and other sources. These manuscripts were copied in the new script that emerged during this period, Carolingian minuscule. This script was clear, elegant, and easy to read. It used lowercase letters, unlike earlier scripts that were all capitals. Carolingian minuscule became the standard script for manuscripts throughout Europe. In fact, it's the basis for the lowercase letters we still use today. The educational reforms strengthened all forms of Carolingian literature and book production. Monasteries and cathedral schools across the empire followed Aachen's example. They established libraries and scriptoria. They copied texts carefully and correctly. Classical works, both Christian and pagan, were preserved. Legal writing, historical writing, and poetry all flourished. The Carolingian Renaissance didn't produce a lot of original creative work, but it preserved the past and laid foundations for the future. Music was another area of reform. Charlemagne was deeply interested in liturgical uniformity. He wanted the same prayers, the same readings, the same chants performed throughout his empire. Gregorian chant, the plain chant used in the Roman liturgy, supposedly organized by Pope Gregory I in the 6th century, was promoted as the standard. Charlemagne brought singers from Rome to teach at his palace school. These trained singers were then sent throughout the empire to teach local choirs the correct Roman chant tradition. The effort to standardize liturgical music was part of Charlemagne's broader program of religious and cultural unity. Monasteries expanded dramatically under Charlemagne. He founded new monasteries and richly endowed existing ones. Monasteries served multiple functions. They were centers of prayer and worship. They were agricultural estates cultivating land and producing food. They were schools teaching literacy and theology. They were hospitals caring for the sick. They were hostels providing shelter to travelers. And they were scriptoria copying manuscripts. The Benedictine rule, which we discussed in the previous block, spread widely during this period. Charlemagne promoted it as the standard for monastic life. Charlemagne also worked to formalize feudal relationships. The system of lords and vassals wasn't his invention. It had been developing for decades, but Charlemagne gave it structure and legal recognition. A vassal swore an oath of fealty to his lord, promising military service and loyalty. In return, the lord granted the vassal land, a benefice or fief, from which the vassal could support himself. This created a hierarchy of obligations running from the emperor down through dukes, counts, and lesser nobles, to knights and peasants. Charlemagne used this system to organize his realm and bind his nobles to him personally. Military organization improved under Charlemagne. He developed a system of levies requiring his subjects to provide military service. The specific obligations varied based on wealth and status. Richer men were required to serve as armored cavalry, the early medieval equivalent of knights. Poorer men served as infantry. Charlemagne also built fortifications along his borders and established marches. Militarized border zones commanded by powerful nobles called margraves. These marches defended the empire against external threats. When Charlemagne died in 814, he was succeeded by his son Louis, called Louis the Pious. Louis was a capable administrator, but lacked his father's military prowess and political skill. He also had a problem: 3 sons who all wanted to inherit. Louis tried to arrange a division of the empire that would satisfy everyone. It didn't work. After Louis died in 840, his 3 surviving sons, Lothar, Louis the German, and Charles the Bald, fought a civil war. The war lasted 3 years. The decisive battle was fought at Fontenoy in present-day Belgium in June 841. Lothar, who'd inherited the imperial title, was defeated by his 2 younger brothers. He was driven from Aachen in 842 and sued for peace. The result was the Treaty of Verdun, agreed in August 843. The Treaty of Verdun divided Charlemagne's empire into 3 kingdoms. Lothar kept the imperial title and received Francia Media, a long central strip of territory including parts of modern Belgium, the Netherlands, Western Germany, Eastern France, Switzerland, and much of Italy. Louis the German received Francia Orientalis, the land east of the Rhine, roughly corresponding to modern Germany. Charles the Bald received Francia Occidentalis, roughly corresponding to modern France. This division would have enormous long-term consequences. Francia Media, the Middle Kingdom, was inherently unstable and would be fought over for centuries. The division between East and West Francia eventually developed into the distinction between Germany and France. The Treaty of Verdun marked the beginning of the end of Charlemagne's unified empire. Subsequent partitions whittled away at Carolingian authority even further. The imperial title passed from Lothar to his son Louis II in 855, then to Charles the Bald in 875, and after an interregnum to Charles the Fat in 881. But these later emperors were shadows of Charlemagne. They lacked his power, his prestige, his ability to command loyalty. The Carolingian Empire was fragmenting. New threats were emerging. Viking raids intensified. Muslim pirates attacked from the south. Magyar horsemen raided from the east. Local nobles, originally appointed to defend against these threats, became increasingly independent. They built castles. They raised armies. They stopped obeying distant kings. The age of Charlemagne was over. The age of feudalism was beginning in earnest. Just as Charlemagne's empire was beginning to fragment, a new threat emerged from the north. The Vikings, Norse seafarers from Scandinavia, were about to transform the face of Europe through centuries of raiding, trading, and eventually settling. The Viking Age is traditionally dated from 793 to 1066, though these dates are somewhat arbitrary. Vikings didn't suddenly appear in 793 and disappear in 1066, but those dates mark symbolic bookends, the first major recorded raid and the final major Viking invasion of England. The beginning came on June 8th, 793, at Lindisfarne. This was a small island off the northeastern coast of England, home to a monastery founded by Irish monks. The monastery held the remains of St. Cuthbert and was considered a sacred place, a centre of Christian learning and devotion. On that June morning, 3 Viking longships beached on the island's shore. About 100 Norse warriors disembarked and attacked the monastery. They killed monks who couldn't flee. Some monks were thrown into the sea to drown. Others were taken as slaves. The Vikings looted the church and surrounding buildings, taking gold, silver, and precious objects. Sacred relics were desecrated. Then the raiders loaded their booty and captives onto their ships and sailed back north. The attack shocked Christian Europe. A scholar named Alcuin, the same Alcuin who would later serve at Charlemagne's court, wrote a letter expressing his horror. Never before has such terror appeared in Britain, as we have now suffered from a pagan race. The fact that pagans had dared attack such a holy place seemed almost incomprehensible. Monasteries were supposed to be protected by God. If God's own house could be violated, what was safe? The raid on Lindisfarne wasn't actually the first Viking attack. There had been earlier incidents, but Lindisfarne was famous, well documented, and symbolically important. It marked the beginning of what contemporaries called the Viking Age, a period during which Norse raiders would terrorize coastal Europe, eventually transforming from raiders into settlers and kings. Why did the Vikings start raiding? Historians have proposed several theories. Population pressure in Scandinavia may have forced younger sons to seek opportunities elsewhere. The Norse practiced partible inheritance, dividing property among all sons, which meant farms got smaller each generation. Some men had to find their fortunes abroad. Political centralization in Scandinavia may have driven out losers in power struggles. Trade contacts gave Norse seafarers knowledge of wealthy targets. The development of the longship made long-distance raiding practical, and there may have been an element of revenge. Charlemagne's brutal conquest of the pagan Saxons, including the destruction of their sacred site at Irminsul, may have motivated some Norse pagans to strike back at Christians. Whatever the reasons, the raids escalated. In 795, Vikings attacked Rathlin Island off the coast of Ireland, along with Iona in Scotland and Lambay Island. These were swift hit-and-run attacks targeting gold, silver, and slaves. Irish monasteries were particularly vulnerable. Places like Clonmacnoise and Armagh held vast lands and precious objects. Monks produced magnificent works of art, golden chalices, jeweled shrines. But these wealthy monasteries were open and undefended, making them easy targets. After Vikings killed 68 monks at Iona, the community moved to a new monastery at Kells in County Meath, Ireland, bringing with them important unfinished manuscripts, including what would become the Book of Kells. Clonmacnoise was raided by Vikings in 842, and again in 845. The monastery continued to function despite the attacks, but the raids disrupted monastic life and diverted resources to defense. Many Irish monasteries were raided multiple times, though not all suffered equally. Some were never attacked. The pattern of raiding depended on accessibility, wealth, and luck. The raids spread to the Frankish coast. In 836, Vikings raided Antwerp. They attacked Ghent, Kortrijk, Tournai, and Leuven. They sailed up rivers deep into Frankish territory. The Seine became a Viking highway. Raiders established bases on islands in the river and launched attacks from there. Frankish defenders struggled to respond. The empire was fragmenting after Louis the Pious's death. Local nobles were fighting each other. Nobody could organize an effective defense against the Vikings. In 845, a Viking fleet sailed up the Seine to Paris. The city was sacked, and the raiders extracted a huge payment, £7,000 of silver to leave. This established a dangerous precedent. Vikings learned they could get rich not just by plundering but by threatening to plunder and accepting payment to go away. These payments, later called Danegeld in England, became a regular feature of Viking activity. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. The Vikings weren't just raiders. They were also traders and explorers. Norse merchants traveled vast distances, establishing trade routes that connected Scandinavia to the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic world. Vikings traveled down the river systems of Eastern Europe, the Dnieper and Dniester, to reach the Black Sea and Constantinople. These routes were used for trade, piracy, and mercenary activities. Norse traders established bases at Novgorod and Kiev, where they merged with local Slavic populations to create hybrid cultures. These groups were called the Rus, and they eventually gave their name to Russia. In Constantinople, Norse warriors found employment as elite mercenaries. The Byzantine emperors hired them as bodyguards, forming a unit called the Varangian Guard. The Varangian Guard served multiple functions: personal protection for the emperor, elite infantry in battle, naval forces, and a trusted police force. They were well paid and loyal. The arrangement began during the reign of Emperor Basil II, who secured Rus military assistance in exchange for helping convert Prince Vladimir of Kiev to Christianity and arranging a marriage. The Varangian Guard fought against the Seljuk Turks, defended Italian territories, and even tried to protect Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade in the early 13th century. But it was in the West that Vikings had their greatest impact. In England, what began as raiding evolved into conquest and settlement. By the 800s and 50s, Viking forces were wintering in England rather than sailing home each autumn. In 865, a massive Viking army called the Great Heathen Army invaded England. Over the next decade, this army conquered most of Anglo-Saxon England. The kingdoms of Northumbria, East Anglia, and Mercia fell. Only Wessex under King Alfred survived. Alfred the Great fought the Vikings to a standstill. At the Battle of Edington in 878, Alfred defeated the Viking leader Guthrum. The two made a treaty. Guthrum was baptized as a Christian and settled in East Anglia. In 886, Alfred and Guthrum agreed to a formal partition of England. All territory east of Watling Street, an old Roman road, was recognized as under Danish law, the Danelaw. Within the Danelaw, Norse was spoken and Norse customs prevailed. Outside it, Anglo-Saxon England survived under Alfred's rule. The Danelaw wasn't a unified state. It consisted of various Viking-controlled regions with their own leaders. The most important was the Kingdom of York, which survived with interruptions until the 900s and 50s. Danish settlers farmed the land, married local women, and gradually blended Norse and Anglo-Saxon cultures. Many English place names in the former Danelaw are Norse in origin, ending in by or Thorpe. While some Vikings were conquering England, others were exploring westward across the Atlantic. Iceland was settled by Norse colonists beginning in the 870s. The island had been visited earlier, but was essentially uninhabited, except for a few Irish monks. Norwegian families seeking land and independence established farms. Iceland developed a unique political system with no king, governed instead by an assembly called the Althing. From Iceland, Vikings pushed farther west. A man named Eric the Red, so called because of his red hair and beard, was exiled from Iceland for killing someone. In about 982, he sailed west and reached Greenland. The island had been skirted by an earlier Norwegian explorer, but Erik explored it thoroughly. He spent 3 years investigating the coastline, especially the southern tip where he found fjords with relatively green valleys. In 985, Erik returned to Iceland and organized a colonization expedition. He deliberately called the place Greenland, a piece of effective marketing to attract settlers to what was actually a rather inhospitable environment. The marketing worked. 25 ships set out, though only 14 made it. Erik established a settlement at Brattahlid, in what's now Qasiasuk, creating what he called the Eastern Settlement. Other colonists pushed farther north and founded the Western Settlement near present-day Nuuk. These Norse settlements in Greenland flourished for several centuries. Erik's son, Leif Erikson, went even farther. Around the year 1000, Leif led an expedition west from Greenland. He first reached a barren, icy coast he called Helluland, land of flat rocks, probably Baffin Island. Sailing south, he encountered a wooded coast he named Markland, land of forests, likely Labrador. Continuing south, he reached a more temperate region with wild grapes, which he called Vinland. The exact location of Vinland is debated, but it was somewhere along the coast of northeastern North America, probably around the Gulf of St. Lawrence or the northern tip of Newfoundland. Archaeological excavations in 1960 discovered a Norse settlement at L'Anse aux Meadows in Newfoundland. The site dates to around 1000 CE and contains the remains of 8 buildings with Norse artifacts including farm implements, spinning tools, and blacksmithing equipment. This settlement was probably a waypoint or repair station for Norse voyages farther south. The Norse didn't establish a permanent colony in North America. They encountered indigenous peoples, whom they called Skraelings, and relations were hostile. Without reinforcements from Greenland, which was itself a marginal settlement, the Norse couldn't sustain a presence. But they had reached America nearly 5 centuries before Columbus. The Vikings' most successful westward settlement wasn't in Greenland or America, but in northern France. Vikings had been raiding up the Seine for decades. In 911, a Norse leader named Rollo unsuccessfully besieged Chartres. He was defeated at battle on July 20th, 911. But rather than driving him away, King Charles the Simple decided to negotiate. Charles granted Rollo land in return for loyalty and protection against other Vikings. This was formalized in the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte in autumn 911. Rollo received all land between the river Epte and the sea, the region that became known as Normandy, land of the Northmen. Rollo converted to Christianity and became the first Duke of Normandy. His descendants would become powerful French nobles. Viking longships made all of this possible. These vessels were masterpieces of naval engineering. They had a long, narrow hull that provided speed and maneuverability. The shallow draft allowed them to navigate in shallow waters, enabling raiders to sail up rivers and reach inland settlements. Longships used both oars and a square sail, providing dual propulsion methods that worked regardless of wind conditions. The ships had symmetrical bow and stern, allowing them to reverse direction without turning, useful for quick getaways. Longships were built using a clinker-built technique with overlapping planks secured by iron rivets. They were primarily made of oak for strength and durability. These ships could cross the North Atlantic, but also penetrate far inland via rivers. No other European power had vessels with this combination of range and versatility. The Viking Age began to wind down in the 11th century. Norse raiders were converting to Christianity and integrating into European society. The kingdoms of Norway, Denmark and Sweden were consolidating under Christian monarchs. In England, a Danish king named Knut ruled from 1016 to 1035, but his North Sea empire didn't survive his death. England returned to Anglo-Saxon rule under Edward the Confessor. When Edward died childless in January 1066, several claimants competed for the throne. Harold Godwinson was crowned king, but faced challenges from two directions: William of Normandy in the south and Harold Hardrada of Norway in the north. Harold Hardrada, literally hard counsel or hard ruler, was the last great Viking warrior king. He had served in the Varangian Guard in Constantinople, fought across the Mediterranean, and become King of Norway in 1046. In September 1066, he invaded northern England with a fleet of 300 ships and an army of perhaps 9,000 men. He won an initial victory at Fulford on September 20th, but 5 days later, on September 25th, 1066, King Harold Godwinson's army surprised the Norse forces at Stamford Bridge. The battle was fierce. Harold Hardrada was killed. Most of his army was destroyed. Of the 300 ships that arrived, only 24 were needed to carry the survivors home. The Battle of Stamford Bridge is generally considered the end of the Viking Age. Just days later, William of Normandy landed in southern England. Harold rushed his exhausted army south and met William at Hastings on October 14th. Harold was killed. William became King of England. Ironically, William was a descendant of Rollo, the Viking who had founded Normandy. So in a sense, a Norseman did conquer England in 1066, just not the one people expected. The age of Viking raids was over, but Norse influence had been permanently woven into the fabric of European civilization. As Charlemagne's empire fragmented and Viking raids intensified, Europe needed a new system of organization. Central authority was collapsing. Kings couldn't protect their subjects from distant capitals. What emerged was feudalism, a decentralized system based on personal relationships, land tenure, and military obligation. Feudalism wasn't invented at a specific moment. It developed gradually from a mix of late Roman practices and Germanic tribal customs. But by the 9th and 10th centuries, it had become the dominant framework for organizing medieval society. Feudalism is a term historians use to describe the social, economic, and political conditions in medieval Europe. The word itself wasn't used in the Middle Ages. It was coined much later, in the 17th century, by scholars trying to make sense of medieval society. But the system it describes was very real. At its core, feudalism was about exchanging land for service. A lord granted land, called a fief, to a follower, who became his vassal. In return, the vassal provided military service and other support. This created a hierarchy of obligations running from the king down through multiple levels of nobility to knights, and eventually to the peasants who actually worked the land. The king stood at the top of the feudal hierarchy. In theory, the king owned all the land in his kingdom. He granted portions of it to his most powerful nobles, dukes, counts, earls, in exchange for their loyalty and military service. These great nobles became the king's direct vassals. They swore oaths of allegiance. They promised to provide knights and soldiers when the king went to war. They attended the king's court and offered advice. In return, they received vast estates and the authority to govern those lands. But the great nobles couldn't manage their huge territories alone. They subdivided their lands, granting portions to lesser nobles, barons, knights, who became their vassals. These lesser nobles, in turn, owed military service and loyalty to to the great nobles who had granted them land. This created a pyramid structure. At the top, the king. Below him, the great nobles. Below them, lesser nobles and knights. And at the bottom, the peasants who actually farmed the land and produced the food that supported everyone else. The relationship between lord and vassal was formalized through ceremony. When a vassal entered his lord's service, he underwent a ritual called homage. The vassal appeared before his lord bareheaded and without weapons. This signified submission and peaceful intent. The vassal then knelt and placed his hands together as if in prayer. He extended his hands toward the Lord, who grasped them in his own. This hand clasp symbolized the vassal surrendering himself to the Lord and the Lord accepting that surrender. The word homage comes from the French word for man, homme. The vassal was literally becoming his lord's man. After the act of homage came the oath of fealty. The vassal swore on sacred objects, holy relics, the Bible, the bones of a saint, that he would be faithful to his lord. A typical oath went something like, "I promise on my faith that I will in the future be faithful to the Lord, never cause him harm, and will observe my homage to him completely against all persons in good faith and without deceit." The Lord, in turn, swore an oath to the vassal, completing the feudal contract. The Lord promised to protect the vassal and defend his rights to the granted land. After the oaths came investiture. The Lord performed a symbolic act of giving the vassal his fief. He might hand over a clod of earth, a stick, or some other object representing the land. This completed the ceremony. The vassal now held land from his lord and owed specific obligations in return. The entire procedure recognized both the assistance owed by the vassal to his lord and the protection owed by the lord to the vassal. The obligations of vassals were primarily military. A vassal had to provide armed service when his lord called. For knights and lesser nobles, this usually meant 40 days of military service per year, though the specifics varied. Knights had to supply their own horses, armor, and weapons. This was expensive. A full suit of armor, a war horse, weapons. These could cost as much as a small village produced in a year. Only relatively wealthy men could afford to be knights. The fief provided income to support this military lifestyle. But military service wasn't the only obligation. Vassals owed counsel. They had to attend their lord's court and offer advice. They owed financial assistance in certain situations. When the lord's eldest son was knighted, when his eldest daughter married, if the lord was captured and needed ransom money. Vassals also had to provide hospitality when the lord traveled through their lands. And if a vassal died without heirs, the fief reverted to the lord. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. Lords had obligations too. A lord had to protect his vassal from external enemies. He had to defend the vassal's legal rights. He had to maintain justice within his territory. If the lord failed in these duties, the vassal could theoretically renounce his allegiance and find a new lord. In practice, this was difficult and dangerous, but the theoretical right existed. Feudalism was supposed to be reciprocal. Both parties had responsibilities. Below the knights and nobles were the peasants, the vast majority of the population. Peasants worked the land, produced food, and supported the entire feudal structure through their labor. Most peasants were serfs, which meant they weren't free. Serfs were bound to the land. They couldn't leave the manor without their lord's permission. When land changed hands, the serfs went with it. They weren't slaves. They couldn't be bought and sold individually, but they weren't free either. The manor was the basic economic unit of medieval society. A manor consisted of the lord's residence, surrounding agricultural land, and the village where peasants lived. The agricultural land was divided into three parts. First, the domain, land the lord kept for himself. This was farmed by serfs performing labor service. Second, land granted to peasant families. Each family worked strips of land scattered across the manor's fields. Third, common land, meadows, forests, wasteland, that everyone in the manor could use for grazing animals, gathering firewood, and hunting small game. The agricultural system used on most northern European manors was the three-field rotation. This was a major innovation, probably introduced in the late 8th century, between the Loire and Rhine rivers. The manor's fields were divided into three large sections. One field was planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, which germinated over winter and was harvested in late spring. A second field was planted in spring with oats, barley, or legumes like peas and beans, which grew over summer and were harvested in autumn. The third field lay fallow, uncultivated for the year. Natural grasses grew on the fallow field, providing grazing for livestock, which deposited manure at night. The fields were then double ploughed to mix the manure into the soil and suppress weeds. Each year, the fields rotated. The field that had grown winter grain was planted with spring crops. The field that had grown spring crops lay fallow. The fallow field was planted with winter grain. This system had major advantages over the older two-field system. It kept 2/3 of the land productive instead of only half. It spread the labor of planting and harvesting across more of the year. It provided more varied nutrition with both grain crops and legumes. Agricultural productivity increased by about 50% with the three-field system. This surplus supported population growth and the development of towns. But peasant life was hard. Serfs owed a crushing array of obligations to their lord. They had to pay annual rent, usually in kind, grain, chickens, eggs. They owed week work, laboring on the lord's domain, 2 to 5 days per week, depending on the season. During harvest, they might work 5 or 6 days a week for the lord, leaving almost no time for their own fields. They had to provide boon work, extra labor at critical times like ploughing, haying, and harvest. They owed a portion of their produce, a tithe to the church, and additional payments to the lord. If they kept chickens, they had to deliver hens or eggs to the manor house at set times. If they sold an animal, they owed the lord part of the purchase price. Serfs also paid various fines and fees. When a daughter married, the serf paid merchet, a marriage fine. This compensated the lord for losing the daughter's labor. If an unmarried woman became pregnant, her family paid leerwijd, a fine for sexual misconduct. When a serf died, his family paid heriot, usually the family's best animal or most valuable possession, as a death duty. Serfs could only grind grain at the lord's mill, bake bread in the lord's oven, and press grapes at the lord's winepress, paying fees each time. These monopolies, called banalities, generated significant income for lords. Male serfs owed military service in emergencies, though they fought as poorly equipped infantry rather than as mounted knights. They also owed guard duty at the lord's castle. Serfs couldn't move away without permission. They couldn't marry without the lord's license. If a serf woman wanted to marry, she or her family had to appear at the manorial court and pay for the license. This wasn't the lord choosing her husband. Usually she chose, but the lord had to approve and receive payment. What did serfs receive in return? Protection, in theory. The lord was supposed to defend his serfs from bandits and foreign invaders. serfs also received access to land for cultivation. The manor provided a framework of stability and order, however oppressive. Serfs had rights to use common lands. They had traditional protections against completely arbitrary treatment. Manorial custom, reinforced by collective memory, limited what lords could demand. If a lord tried to impose new obligations beyond tradition, serfs might resist, sometimes successfully. Social mobility in medieval society was extremely limited. You were born into a status and usually stayed there for life. The feudal hierarchy was rigid. Nobles were noble by birth. Peasants were peasant by birth. The idea that anyone could rise through talent or effort was essentially foreign to medieval thinking. Your position was ordained by God. Society was organized into estates, those who fought, those who prayed, and those who worked. Each estate had its role. Trying to move between estates was almost seen as defying the natural order. But limited mobility existed. Skilled craftsmen, blacksmiths, carpenters, masons could gain respect and influence in their communities. Their specialized skills made them valuable, sometimes even to their nominal betters. A talented craftsman could earn a good living, though he remained in the laboring estate. The rise of towns in the High Middle Ages provided more opportunities. Urban craftsmen organized into guilds that regulated their trades and protected their interests. A successful merchant could accumulate wealth that rivaled lesser nobles, though social acceptance lagged behind economic success. One avenue of real mobility was the church. Peasant families could send a son to school to train for the clergy. This required money for fees and the loss of the boy's labor, so only relatively prosperous peasants could afford it. The son had to learn Latin, the language of the church. If he succeeded, he could be ordained. Once in the church, advancement was theoretically based on merit rather than birth. A peasant's son could, in theory, become a bishop. It was rare, but it happened. The church was the one institution that crossed estate boundaries. Women in feudal society occupied a subordinate position. Their legal status depended on their male relatives. An unmarried woman was under her father's authority. A married woman was under her husband's. A widow might have more independence, especially if she inherited property. Noble women could wield considerable power, particularly if they inherited estates or governed during their husband's absence. They managed households, supervised servants, and sometimes defended castles during sieges. But their authority derived from their relationship to powerful men, not from independent standing. Peasant women worked alongside men in the fields. They also performed domestic labor, cooking, cleaning, spinning, weaving, child-rearing. They sold produce at markets. They brewed ale, which was a staple drink and a source of income. Like men, serf women were bound to the manor and needed permission to marry. They owed labor service, though often less than men. They paid the same oppressive fines and fees. In some ways, peasant women's lives were more similar to peasant men's lives than noble women's lives were to noble men's lives. Class mattered more than gender for determining daily experience, though gender mattered plenty. Feudal lords exercised judicial authority over their territories. The lord's court handled legal disputes between his vassals and punished crimes committed on his lands. Justice was local and personal. The lord or his appointed official, a bailiff or steward, heard cases, pronounced judgments, and ordered punishments. Legal procedures were rudimentary by modern standards. There were no professional lawyers. Plaintiffs and defendants represented themselves. Proof was often established through oaths. A person accused of a crime could swear to his innocence and bring oath helpers. people who swore that his oath was trustworthy. If enough oath helpers appeared, the accused was cleared. But if the oath was challenged or insufficient oath helpers appeared, the matter might be settled by ordeal or combat. Ordeal by combat, also called trial by battle, was a method of establishing guilt or innocence by armed conflict. The underlying belief was that God would intervene to ensure the victory of the righteous party. In ordeal by combat, the accuser and accused fought a duel. If the accuser declared his opponent guilty and the opponent denied it, a judge ordered them to meet in combat, establishing the place, time, and weapons. The throwing down of a gauntlet was the challenge. The opponent accepted by picking it up. Before fighting, each participant swore that his case was just and his testimony true, and that he carried no unauthorized weapons or magical aids. Combat took place in designated grounds, Champ's Clos or lists, often with judges and high officials watching. When one combatant was wounded or thrown, his opponent placed a knee on his chest and, unless mercy was granted, drove a dagger through a joint in the armor. The loser, if still alive, was then punished according to law. The feudal system created a stable, if oppressive, social order. It decentralized power, allowing local lords to maintain control when central authority was weak. It provided a mechanism for military organization. The king called his vassals, who called their vassals, creating an army. It integrated land ownership with political authority, so those who controlled land also governed. And it locked peasants into a system of agricultural production that fed the warriors and clergy above them. But feudalism also created problems. The division of land among vassals fragmented political authority. A powerful duke might barely obey his king. A knight on a remote manor was almost independent. Loyalties were divided when a vassal held land from multiple lords. Which lord did he serve if they fought each other? Private warfare between nobles was common and devastating, and the rigid social hierarchy stifled ambition and innovation. By the 12th and 13th centuries, new social forces, towns, merchants, professional soldiers, would begin challenging feudal structures. But for now, in the High Middle Ages, feudalism was the framework that organized European life. The feudal hierarchy we just discussed determined not just political relationships, but every aspect of daily life. How you lived, what you ate, what you wore, where you slept. All of this depended on your position in society. For the vast majority of people, life meant agricultural labor from dawn to dusk, barely enough food to survive, and living conditions that would horrify us today. But even within this harsh reality, there were gradations. A prosperous peasant lived differently from a poor one, and nobles inhabited an entirely different world. Agriculture was the foundation of everything. About 90% of medieval people worked the land. The technology they used was gradually improving during this period. The most important innovation was the heavy plough, called the carruca in Latin. Earlier ploughs were light instruments, basically pointed sticks that scratched furrows in the soil. These worked fine in the thin, dry soils around the Mediterranean. But Northern Europe had heavy, clay-rich soil that was much harder to work. The heavy plough solved this problem. The carruca had three key components. First, a coulter, a vertical iron blade mounted at the front that cut into the soil like a knife. Second, a ploughshare, a horizontal blade that sliced underneath the surface, cutting the roots of weeds and loosening the earth. Third, a moldboard, a curved wooden surface on the right side of the plough that turned the cut soil over and deposited it to the side. This combination didn't just scratch the surface. It cut deep, turned the soil completely, buried weeds, and created the drainage ridges necessary for farming wet northern lands. The heavy plough required enormous pulling power. It typically needed a team of 8 oxen. Not many peasants owned 8 oxen, so ploughing became a communal activity. Several families pooled their animals to make up a full team. This encouraged cooperative farming and reinforced the communal organization of manor agriculture. The heavy plough spread gradually across northern Europe, probably reaching widespread use by the 11th century. It made previously marginal land productive and significantly increased agricultural output. Another important innovation was the horse collar. Earlier harnesses for horses pressed against their throats, which restricted breathing and limited how much weight they could pull. The padded horse collar, which probably appeared in the 9th or 10th century, rested on the horse's shoulders instead. This allowed horses to pull heavy loads without choking. Horses were faster than oxen and could work longer hours. With the new collar, horses became viable for ploughing and hauling. Not all farmers could afford horses. They were more expensive than oxen. But those who could gain a significant advantage in productivity. We discussed the 3-field rotation system in the last block, but it's worth emphasizing how important this was. By rotating fields through winter grain, spring grain, and fallow in sequence, peasants kept 2/3 of their land productive instead of just half. This increased yields by about 50%. More food meant more people could be supported. The population of Europe grew substantially during the High Middle Ages, from perhaps 30 million in the year 1000 to 80 million by 1300. Better agricultural technology made this growth possible. The crops peasants grew were straightforward and practical. Wheat and rye were the main winter grains, planted in autumn and harvested in late spring. Barley and oats were spring grains, planted in early spring and harvested in autumn. Peas, beans, and lentils, legumes, provided protein and also helped restore nitrogen to the soil. Peasants grew vegetables in small gardens near their cottages. Onions, leeks, cabbages, turnips, carrots, parsnips. They gathered wild foods from the forest, nuts, berries, mushrooms, wild greens. Every bit of food mattered. Livestock were crucial, but quite different from modern breeds. Medieval pigs were smaller, leaner, and semi-wild. They foraged in forests, eating acorns and roots, and were brought back to the village for slaughter in late autumn. Medieval cattle and oxen were much smaller than modern breeds, perhaps half the size. Sheep provided wool and meat. Chickens provided eggs and occasional meat. Geese and ducks supplemented poultry. Most peasant families kept a few animals, which represented a significant portion of their wealth. The peasant diet was monotonous, but adequate when harvests were good. Bread was the staple. Dark, coarse bread made from rye or a mixture of grains. Peasants ate bread with almost every meal. The second staple was pottage, a thick stew or soup made from whatever was available. Pottage typically contained peas or beans, vegetables, grains like barley or oats, and sometimes a bit of meat or fish. It simmered in an iron cauldron hung over the fire, cooking slowly throughout the day. Leftover bread could be used to thicken the pottage. Bones added flavor. Meat was rare in the peasant diet. Most meat came from animals that were old or sick. The family couldn't afford to slaughter productive animals. Salted pork from the autumn pig slaughter might last through winter if carefully rationed. Fish was more common, especially for peasants living near rivers or the coast. The church required fasting from meat on Fridays and during Lent, but fish was allowed. Eggs and cheese provided additional protein. Butter was made from cream and used for cooking and spreading. Nuts, especially walnuts and hazelnuts, supplemented protein intake in autumn. Peasants drank ale, a weak beer made from barley or oats. Water was often unsafe, but the brewing process killed bacteria. Everyone drank ale, even children, though the children's version was weaker. Milk was consumed fresh when available, but was mostly turned into cheese for preservation. Wine was produced in grape-growing regions, but was generally too expensive for peasants. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. Noble diet was an entirely different matter. Lords feasted on roasted meats, boar, venison, beef, lamb, goose, peacock. Exotic spices demonstrated wealth and status. Pepper came from India, cloves and nutmeg from the Spice Islands, saffron from the Mediterranean. These spices cost enormous sums, sometimes their weight in gold, but they showed that a lord could afford luxuries. Nobles drank wine, often spiced and sweetened. They ate fine white bread made from wheat flour. Their meals included multiple courses with elaborate preparations. Feasting wasn't just about eating. It was theatre, a display of power and generosity. A great feast might involve dozens of dishes and last for hours. Food preservation was critical for survival. Without refrigeration, food spoiled quickly. Salting was the primary preservation method. Meat and fish were packed in salt, which drew out moisture and prevented bacterial growth. Smoking also preserved meat and fish while adding flavor. Drying worked for fish, fruit, and some vegetables. Cheese and butter preserved milk. Grain was stored in barns and granaries, protected as much as possible from mice and damp. Autumn was the time of plenty, when animals were slaughtered and food was preserved. Winter and spring were lean times when stored food ran low. Late spring, just before the new harvest, was the most dangerous time. Stored grain was nearly gone. Fresh food wasn't yet available. Starvation was a real possibility. Clothing also reflected social status. Peasants wore simple, practical garments made from wool or linen. Wool was the most common fabric. It was warm, water-repellent, and relatively easy to produce. Peasant families raised sheep, sheared them annually, spun the wool into yarn, and wove it into cloth. This was labor-intensive work, primarily done by women. Linen, made from flax, was used for undergarments and summer clothing. Peasant clothing was typically grey, brown, or undyed. Natural wool colours. Dyeing was expensive. A typical peasant man wore a tunic, a knee-length shirt, over linen undershorts. He wore woolen hose, essentially leg coverings, and leather shoes or wooden clogs. In cold weather, he added a cloak. Peasant women wore long linen underdresses covered by woolen overdresses or tunics. They wore head coverings, veils or simple cloths. Unmarried women might leave their hair uncovered, but married women kept their hair hidden. Multiple layers provided warmth. Clothing was patched and mended until it fell apart. When it finally wore out, it might be cut down for children's clothes or used as rags. Noble clothing was entirely different. Nobles wore silk, velvet, and fine wool. Silk came from distant lands and cost a fortune. It marked the wearer as wealthy and powerful. Nobles wore rich colors, deep reds, blues, purples, created with expensive dyes. Their clothes featured intricate embroidery, jewels, and gold thread. Fur trim and linings demonstrated wealth. The rarest furs, ermine, sable, were reserved for the highest nobility. Sumptuary laws actually regulated who could wear which fabrics and colors making social status instantly recognizable. A merchant who grew wealthy couldn't legally dress like a noble. The visual hierarchy had to be maintained. Housing varied as dramatically as clothing. Peasant cottages were small, crude structures. A typical cottage measured 15 to 30 feet in length and had just 1 or 2 rooms. The walls were made using wattle and daub, woven branches covered with a mixture of mud, straw, and animal dung. This created surprisingly strong and well-insulated walls. The roof was thatched. Bundles of dried reed, wheat straw, or other plant material stacked and tied down. A steep pitch helped rainwater run off. Thatched roofs were cheap and effective, but required regular maintenance and were vulnerable to fire. The floor was beaten earth or clay. Rushes or straw were sometimes spread on the floor for warmth and comfort. There were no glass windows. Glass was far too expensive. Window openings, if they existed at all, were covered with wooden shutters. Many cottages had no windows, just a door and perhaps a hole in the roof for smoke. Heat and light came from a central fire. There was no chimney in the most cottages. Smoke simply rose and escaped through gaps in the thatch. The cottage was dark, smoky, cold in winter, and shared with farm animals. Pigs, chickens, and sometimes cattle lived inside during winter for warmth and security. Peasants owned very little furniture. A table and benches, perhaps a chest for storing clothes and valuables. Beds were simple pallets stuffed with straw or heather. The whole family slept together, often with visiting relatives or travelers. Privacy was essentially non-existent. The cottage was a place to sleep and escape the weather, not a comfortable living space. Most daily activities happened outside when weather permitted. Noble housing was vastly different. Lords lived in manor houses or castles with multiple rooms, a great hall for dining and entertaining, a solar or private chamber for the lord and his family, kitchens, storage rooms, chapels. Castles had stone walls, fireplaces with chimneys, glazed windows, and tapestries to reduce drafts. Nobles owned beds with mattresses and linens, tables, chairs, chests, and decorative objects. They had servants to cook, clean, and attend to their needs. The contrast with peasant cottages was absolute. Sanitation was primitive across all social levels, though nobles had better arrangements. Peasants used outdoor pits or simply went into the woods. There was no concept of sewage treatment. Waste accumulated in yards, streets, and rivers. In castles and monasteries, latrines were sometimes built into the walls with waste dropping into pits or moats. Some castle latrines were surprisingly sophisticated, with wooden seats and stone shafts. But even the best medieval sanitation was appalling by modern standards. Disease was rampant. Parasites, lice, fleas, intestinal worms were universal. Everyone had them. Leprosy was common and terrifying. Lepers were isolated from society and forced to ring bells to warn of their approach. Malaria affected people living near marshes. Dysentery, typhoid, and other waterborne diseases spread through contaminated water. People had no understanding of bacteria or how disease transmitted. Folk remedies sometimes helped through luck, but medieval medicine was largely ineffective. Life expectancy seems shockingly low, typically quoted as 30 to 40 years, but this figure is misleading. The real problem was infant mortality, which ran between 30 and 40%. 3 or 4 out of every 10 children died in infancy. This catastrophically lowered the average. But if you survived childhood, your prospects were much better. A person who lived to age 20 could reasonably expect to reach 60 or beyond. Many people lived into their 70s. So medieval life wasn't quite as brutally short as the raw numbers suggest. though it was certainly more dangerous than modern life at every stage. Work schedules followed the sun and the seasons. Peasants rose at dawn and worked until dusk. Summer days meant long hours in the fields, ploughing, planting, weeding, harvesting. Winter days were shorter and less demanding, though there were always chores, repairing tools, feeding animals, processing flax, spinning wool. Seasonal rhythms structured peasant life. Ploughing in spring, haying in early summer, grain harvest in late summer, pig slaughter in autumn, rest in winter. Leisure time was limited but not absent. Religious festivals provided breaks from work. Saints' days, Christmas, Easter. These were holidays when work ceased and communities gathered. Nobles hunted, which was both recreation and a way to obtain meat. Peasants weren't allowed to hunt in the Lord's forests, but they played simple games, ball games, wrestling, dice. Ale drinking was a social activity. Travelling entertainers, minstrels, jugglers, storytellers, visited villages occasionally, providing rare entertainment. Bathing happened infrequently. The wealthy bathed more regularly than the poor, perhaps once a month or even weekly. Public bathhouses existed in some towns, but most peasants rarely bathed completely. They washed hands and faces regularly, but full-body bathing was rare. This wasn't necessarily because people thought bathing was unhealthy, though that idea would emerge later. It was more that heating water and having a private space for bathing were luxuries most people couldn't afford. Medieval daily life was hard, short by modern standards, and heavily determined by social class. A noble and a peasant inhabited different worlds, even when they lived on the same manor. But within these harsh conditions, people built communities, raised families, found moments of joy, and created the agricultural surplus that supported the entire complex structure of medieval civilization. Life was a struggle for most people, but it was their life, and they made the most of it. In medieval Europe, the church wasn't just a religious institution. It was the institution, the most powerful, wealthy, and influential organization in society. Christianity permeated every aspect of life. The church marked the rhythm of the day with bells calling people to prayer. It marked the seasons with religious festivals. It marked human life with sacraments, baptism at birth, marriage, and last rites at death. There was no separation between sacred and secular. Everything was understood through a Christian lens, and the Church, as the interpreter and guardian of Christian doctrine, held enormous power. The Catholic Church had a clear hierarchy, a chain of authority running from local priests up to the Pope. At the top stood the Pope, the Bishop of Rome, considered the successor of St. Peter and the head of the entire church. Below him were the cardinals, senior bishops who advised the Pope and formed the College of Cardinals. When a pope died, the cardinals gathered in conclave to elect his successor. This gave them enormous influence. Cardinals were usually drawn from powerful families or were renowned theologians. They administered church affairs and served as papal ambassadors. Below the cardinals came archbishops, who oversaw large ecclesiastical territories called archdioceses. An archdiocese contained multiple dioceses. Each diocese was governed by a bishop, who had jurisdiction over all the churches and clergy in his territory. Bishops ordained priests, confirmed believers, consecrated churches, and administered church property. They held considerable temporal power, as well as spiritual authority. Many bishops were nobles who brought political connections and administrative skills to their positions. At the local level were priests who served individual parishes, villages, towns, or sections of cities, Priests celebrated Mass, heard confessions, performed baptisms and marriages, administered last rites to the dying, and provided spiritual guidance to their parishioners. Most medieval Christians never travelled far from their birthplace. Their priest was the face of the Church, the person who mediated between them and God. A good priest could be a source of comfort and guidance. A corrupt or incompetent priest could drive people to desperation or heresy. Parallel to the secular clergy, bishops and priests who lived in the world were monastic orders, communities of monks and nuns who withdrew from worldly life to focus on prayer and spiritual perfection. Monasticism had ancient roots going back to the desert hermits of Egypt, but Western monasticism took its characteristic form from the rule of St. Benedict, which we discussed in Block 1. By the High Middle Ages, there were hundreds of monasteries across Europe following variations of Benedict's rule. The Benedictine order was the oldest and most widespread. Benedictine monasteries were independent houses, each governed by an abbot elected by the monks. They followed the rule's prescription of a balanced life: prayer, work, and study. Monks took 3 vows: poverty, chastity, and obedience. The vow of poverty meant owning no personal property. Everything belonged to the community. The vow of chastity meant complete sexual abstinence. The vow of obedience meant submitting to the abbot's authority and the monastery's rules. Daily life in a monastery was structured and repetitive. Monks rose before dawn for vigils, the first of 8 daily prayer services. These services, called the Divine Office or Liturgy of the Hours, marked the rhythm of the day. After vigils came lauds at dawn, then prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, and finally compline before bed. Between these prayer services, monks worked. Some copied manuscripts in the scriptorium. Others tended gardens, managed the monastery's lands, brewed ale, baked bread, or performed other necessary tasks. There was time for private prayer and study. Meals were taken in silence while one monk read aloud from scripture or religious texts. But not all monasteries maintained Benedict's standards. By the 10th century, many had grown lax. Abbots lived luxuriously. Monks ignored their vows. Discipline collapsed. In response, a reform movement began at Cluny Abbey in Burgundy, founded in 910 by William I, Duke of Aquitaine. The Cluniac reforms emphasized strict adherence to the rule of St. Benedict, increased dedication to prayer and liturgical practice, and independence from secular control. Cluny became phenomenally influential. Daughter houses were founded across Europe, all answering to the Abbot of Cluny rather than local bishops. At its peak, Cluny controlled about 1,200 monasteries and priories. The Cistercian order emerged in the late 11th century as a reaction against what some saw as Cluniac excess. Cistercians wanted an even stricter, simpler form of monasticism. They wore undyed wool habits, giving them the nickname white monks, and settled in remote locations far from towns. They cleared forests, drained swamps, and created productive agricultural estates. Cistercian monasteries became centers of technological innovation in farming and water management. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. In the 13th century, a new type of religious order emerged, the mendicants, or friars. Unlike monks who lived enclosed in monasteries, friars moved freely in the world, preaching, teaching, and serving the poor. The 2 most important mendicant orders were the Franciscans and Dominicans. The Franciscans were founded by Francis of Assisi in the early 13th century, receiving papal approval in 1223. Francis emphasized radical poverty, humility, and love for all creation. Franciscan friars owned nothing, not even their houses. They relied entirely on charity. They preached in town squares and countryside, bringing religious instruction to common people in language they could understand. The Dominican order was founded by Dominic de Guzman around 1215 to 1216. Dominicans focused on preaching and theological education. They combated heresy through reasoned argument rather than force, though they would later become associated with the Inquisition. Dominicans established houses of study and contributed significantly to medieval intellectual life. Both mendicant orders swore poverty but became powerful institutions, creating an irony that critics noted. Monasteries served multiple functions beyond prayer. They were centers of healthcare. The Church taught that caring for the sick was a Christian duty. Monasteries maintained infirmaries for their own members and often treated outsiders as well. There were about 1,200 institutions describing themselves as hospitals in medieval England and Wales, almost all run by the Church. Monks grew medicinal herbs, prepared remedies, and provided what medical care was possible given the limited understanding of disease. They also served as hospices for the dying, offering spiritual comfort, if not physical cure. Monasteries provided hospitality to travelers and pilgrims. The rule of St. Benedict specifically commanded welcoming guests. Monasteries operated guest houses where travelers could find food, shelter, and safety. This was crucial in a world without hotels. A traveler could expect to find refuge at monasteries along his route. Monasteries also provided charity to the poor, distributing food and alms. Education was another monastic function. Monasteries operated schools, initially to train boys for religious life, but sometimes teaching the sons of nobles as well. Cathedral schools, run by bishops, served similar purposes. These institutions preserved literacy during the early Middle Ages, when secular education had essentially collapsed. By the 12th century, some cathedral schools evolved into universities. The University of Bologna was founded around 1088, Oxford around 1096, and the University of Paris around 1150. Universities began to replace monasteries as the primary centers of learning, though monasteries continued educational work. Monasteries were also major landowners and economic powers. Pious nobles donated land to monasteries, seeking spiritual benefits and prayers for their souls. Over centuries, these donations accumulated. By the High Middle Ages, the Church owned perhaps a third of all land in Western Europe. Monasteries operated vast agricultural estates. They owned mills, fisheries, vineyards, and forests. They employed laborers and managed complex economic enterprises. The wealth this generated supported religious activities, but also created problems. Monks were supposed to be poor, but monasteries were rich. This contradiction troubled many people and fueled reform movements. In medieval England, there were nearly 900 religious houses by the eve of the Reformation. Monasteries, priories, nunneries, and friaries. They held enormous amounts of land and wielded significant political influence. Some abbots sat in the House of Lords alongside secular nobles. The dissolution of these monasteries in the 16th century would transfer vast wealth from the Church to the crown and nobility, fundamentally reshaping English society. The Church supported itself through various revenue streams. The most important was the tithe, a tax of 1/10 of agricultural produce and income. Tithes were supposedly God's portion, used to support the clergy and fund church activities. In practice, tithes were collected by local priests or by the church institution that held the rights to a particular parish's income. There were greater tithes on major crops like grain, hay, and wood, and lesser tithes on things like livestock, fish, and flour. Priests also collected fees for performing sacraments, baptisms, marriages, burials. They received income from glebe lands, fields attached to the parish that the priest could farm or rent out. The Church exercised spiritual authority through the sacraments and through punishments like excommunication. Excommunication meant exclusion from the Church and from Christian society. An excommunicated person couldn't receive the sacraments, which meant they couldn't be absolved of sin and face damnation. They were to be shunned by other Christians. Excommunication was a terrifying punishment in a society where nearly everyone believed in hell. The Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 decreed that excommunication required warning and reasonable cause and couldn't be imposed or lifted for payment. But in practice, excommunication was sometimes used arbitrarily to enforce obedience. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215 was a major church assembly that issued wide-ranging reforms. It mandated annual confession and communion for all Christians. It established rules for marriage, requiring public announcement of intent and witness by a priest, which helped prevent clandestine marriages. It restricted marriage between relatives to the fourth degree of kinship. It addressed clerical discipline, corruption, and heresy. The council demonstrated papal authority to legislate for the entire church and enforce standards across Christendom. Saints played a central role in medieval piety. Saints were holy people whose exceptional virtue, and often martyrdom, proved their closeness to God. After death, saints resided in heaven, where they could intercede with God on behalf of the living. Believers prayed to saints, asking them to carry petitions to God. Different saints specialized in different concerns. Saint Christopher protected travelers. Saint Blaise cured throat ailments. The Virgin Mary was the most popular intercessor, approached on every issue. Sainthood was formalized through canonization, the Church's official recognition of someone's holiness. This process involved investigating the person's life and confirming miracles performed through their intercession. Once canonized, a saint could be publicly venerated. Churches were dedicated to them. Their feast days were celebrated, and their relics became precious objects. Relics were physical remains of saints or objects associated with them. A saint's bones, hair, teeth, or blood were first-class relics. Objects the saint had touched or used were second-class relics. Items touched to a saint's tomb were third-class relics. All relics were believed to retain some of the saint's spiritual power. They could heal, protect, and perform miracles. From the time of Charlemagne onward, every altar was required to contain a relic. Monasteries and cathedrals competed to acquire prestigious relics. Relics attracted pilgrims, and pilgrims brought donations. A monastery with famous relics could become wealthy. This created a market for relics, including a black market involving theft and fraud. Bones were stolen from tombs. Fake relics were manufactured and sold. There were multiple heads of John the Baptist, dozens of fragments of the true cross, and countless splinters of bone claimed to be from various saints. Some of these were genuine, many were not, but believers generally accepted them uncritically. Relics were housed in reliquaries, ornate containers designed to display and protect them. Reliquaries could be simple boxes or elaborate works of art made from gold, silver, and precious stones. Some were shaped like the body part they contained. Arm reliquaries for arm bones, head reliquaries for skulls. Reliquaries were processioned through towns during festivals, displayed on altars, and shown to pilgrims who paid to see them. Pilgrimage was a major feature of medieval religious life. Pilgrims traveled to sacred sites to venerate relics, seek healing, fulfill vows, or perform penance. The three greatest pilgrimage destinations were Jerusalem, Rome, and Santiago de Compostela. Jerusalem was the holiest site where Christ had lived, died, and risen. Rome contained the tombs of Peter and Paul and countless other relics. Santiago de Compostela, in northwestern Spain, held the supposed remains of St. James the Apostle. The pilgrimage to Santiago became enormously popular in the High Middle Ages. Pilgrims walked the Camino de Santiago, the Way of St. James, across northern Spain. They wore distinctive symbols, a scallop shell attached to hat or cloak. Infrastructure developed along the route. Hospices, hospitals, bridges, and churches. Completing the pilgrimage could earn a plenary indulgence, complete remission of temporal punishment for sin. For medieval Christians, this was worth months or years of difficult travel. The church was deeply integrated into daily life. It marked time. Church bells rang the hours, feast days structured the calendar, fast days interrupted the week. It provided rites of passage, baptism, confirmation, marriage, extreme unction. It offered explanation, why crops failed, why children died, what happened after death. It promised salvation through the sacraments and threatened damnation for sin. It owned land, collected taxes, operated courts, and wielded political power. In medieval society, you couldn't escape the church. It was everywhere, in everything, shaping how people thought, acted, and understood their world. Castles defined the medieval landscape. They were symbols of power, centers of administration, military strongpoints, and residences for the nobility. The castle expressed feudalism in stone, literally. A lord who controlled a castle controlled the surrounding territory. Castles evolved dramatically over the medieval period, from simple wooden structures to sophisticated fortresses incorporating the latest military technology. This evolution reflected changing warfare, increasing wealth, and the constant competition between those building defenses and those trying to break through them. The earliest medieval castles were motte and bailey designs. A motte was an artificial mound of earth, shaped like a truncated cone, raised to substantial heights, often 20 to 30 feet or more. At the top of the motte stood a wooden tower or keep, the fortress's strong point. The bailey was an enclosed courtyard at the base of the motte, surrounded by a wooden palisade and a ditch. The bailey contained buildings necessary for daily life: hall, kitchen, stables, workshops, chapel. A wooden bridge or causeway connected the bailey to the motte. Motte and bailey castles had significant advantages. They could be built quickly. A simple version might go up in a matter of weeks. They didn't require skilled stonemasons or expensive materials. An invading army could establish a motte and bailey castle to secure newly conquered territory almost immediately. William the Conqueror built many motte and bailey castles across England after 1066 to control his new kingdom. They were effective enough to dominate the surrounding countryside and protect the garrison. But motte and bailey castles had weaknesses too. Wood was vulnerable to fire. Attackers could set the palisade and tower ablaze, forcing the defenders to surrender or perish. Wood also required constant maintenance and rotted over time. During a prolonged siege, wooden fortifications could be battered down or undermined. As military technology improved and wealth accumulated, lords began replacing wood with stone. The transition to stone happened gradually during the 12th century. Stone was vastly more expensive than wood and required skilled craftsmen, masons, quarrymen, carpenters for scaffolding. but stone resisted fire and bombardment far better than wood. A stone castle was a permanent fortification that could withstand serious sieges. Some existing Motte and Bailey castles were converted to stone, with the keep and gatehouse usually upgraded first. Shell keeps, circular stone walls running around the top of the motte, were one conversion method. But building a heavy stone keep on an artificial motte posed engineering problems. The motte might not support the weight, leading to subsidence and collapse. For this reason, many stone castles were built on natural rock outcrops or bedrock rather than artificial mounds. The stone keep became the central feature of the 12th and early 13th century castles. Early keeps were square or rectangular. These were massive towers with walls 10 feet thick or more. The keep contained the lord's private chambers, a great hall, storage rooms, and sometimes a chapel. It was designed to be defensible even if the outer walls fell. A garrison could retreat into the keep and hold out for weeks or months. But square towers had a critical weakness: corners. The right angles created blind spots where defenders couldn't see or shoot at attackers. Corners were also vulnerable points. Attackers could undermine a corner, digging beneath the foundation and supporting the excavation with wooden props. They'd then set fire to the props, causing the corner to collapse. If one corner fell, the entire tower might follow. Additionally, stone projectiles from siege engines concentrated their impact on corners, potentially cracking and collapsing them. By the late 12th century, castle designers were switching to round towers. Round towers eliminated blind spots. Defenders at the top could cover all approaches without unprotected areas. The circular shape was also more resistant to projectiles. When a stone ball hit a round tower, the impact energy dissipated around the curve rather than concentrating at a corner. Round towers required fewer stones for the same interior volume, which optimized construction costs. From the late 1100s onward, most new castles featured round towers at corners and along walls. Curtain walls, the high stone walls connecting towers, formed the castle's primary defense. These walls were thick, often 10 to 15 feet across, with a walkway on top where defenders could patrol. Towers along the curtain wall projected outward, creating overlapping fields of fire. Defenders in one tower could shoot at attackers assaulting an adjacent section of wall or tower. This crossfire made scaling the walls extremely dangerous. The walls incorporated various defensive features. Arrow loops, narrow vertical slits in the walls, allowed defenders to shoot arrows at attackers while presenting minimal target area. The slits were wide on the inside for maneuverability, but narrow on the outside. Later, arrow loops were crossed, forming a cruciform shape that allowed horizontal as well as vertical aiming. Machicolations were stone projections built out from the top of walls with holes in the floor. Defenders could drop stones, hot sand, boiling water, or other unpleasant substances through these holes onto attackers below. The term murder holes is sometimes used for similar openings in gatehouse ceilings. The gatehouse was the castle's most vulnerable point and received special defensive attention. The entrance passage was long and narrow, forcing attackers to bunch up. It was protected by one or more portcullises, heavy wooden or iron lattice gates that could be dropped rapidly to block entry. The portcullis was raised and lowered using ropes or chains attached to a windlass in a chamber above. When released, it dropped with crushing force, potentially trapping attackers beneath it. Murder holes in the ceiling allowed defenders to shoot down at anyone trapped in the passage. Outside the gate was typically a drawbridge spanning the moat. Contrary to popular depictions, medieval drawbridges didn't pivot. They were lifting bridges, raised using chains and pulleys attached to a windlass mechanism. Heavier drawbridges employed a bascule system with counterweights to assist raising and lowering. Sometimes the portcullis itself served as a counterweight, making the mechanism more efficient. When raised, the drawbridge sealed the gate, and attackers had to either swim or wade through the moat to reach the walls. A barbican was an additional fortification protecting the gate. This might be a walled courtyard or a tower projecting from the gate, forcing attackers to approach from specific directions where they were most vulnerable to defensive fire. The most sophisticated gatehouses were virtual fortresses in themselves, with multiple portcullises, murder holes, arrow loops, and flanking towers. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. Some castles incorporated sallyports, small, hidden doors or postern gates that allowed the garrison to exit secretly. Sallyports enabled surprise attacks on besiegers or allowed messengers to slip out and seek reinforcements. They were typically tucked away in inconspicuous locations and heavily defended. There's a popular claim about spiral staircases in castle towers, that they were built turning clockwise so that defenders retreating upward would have more room to swing their swords with their right hands, while attackers coming up would be cramped. This makes intuitive sense, and tour guides often repeat it. However, historians have found that many castle staircases actually turn counterclockwise, and there's little evidence that defensive advantage was a primary consideration in staircase design. It's a plausible theory, but it may be more myth than fact. What is true is that narrow spiral staircases forced attackers to ascend single file, negating numerical advantage and creating a severe choke point. The ultimate evolution of stone castle design was the concentric castle, which featured two or more rings of walls, with the outer wall lower than the inner. This allowed defenders on the inner wall to shoot over the outer wall, creating multiple layers of defense. Even if attackers breached the outer wall, they still faced the higher inner wall, and defenders could fire down on them from above. Concentric castles represented the peak of medieval military architecture. Edward I of England built several concentric castles in Wales during his conquest in the late 13th century. Caerphilly Castle, built in the 1270s, is an excellent example. It featured two circuits of walls and an extensive water defense system with artificial lakes and dams. Three great towers defended the northern dam, and various fortified islands added additional defensive layers. The castle could be defended from all sides simultaneously, and the water obstacles prevented siege engines from getting close. Beaumaris Castle, begun in 1295, is considered the most technically perfect concentric castle, though it was never completed. Built on flat terrain, it features walls and towers facing all directions with a regular, nearly square floor plan. The symmetry and completeness of the design make it a masterpiece of military planning, even in its unfinished state. Moats provided another layer of defense. A water-filled ditch around the castle prevented undermining. Attackers couldn't dig tunnels if they'd flood. Moats also kept siege engines at a distance and forced attackers to expose themselves while crossing. Some castles, like Caerphilly, integrated extensive water defenses that essentially turned the castle into an island. Siege warfare drove castle design. Attackers had several options. They could try to scale the walls with ladders or siege towers, mobile wooden towers rolled up to the walls, allowing attackers to fight defenders at wall-top height. They could batter down gates or walls with rams. They could undermine walls and towers by digging beneath them. They could bombard the castle with siege engines, or they could starve the garrison out through blockade. The most powerful siege weapon was the counterweight trebuchet, which appeared in Europe in the 12th century. A trebuchet used a massive counterweight, a wooden box filled with stones or metal, weighing tons, attached to the short end of a long wooden beam. When the counterweight was released, it fell, causing the beam to rotate rapidly and launch a projectile from a sling at the long end. Trebuchets could hurl stones weighing hundreds of pounds over distances exceeding 300 meters. They were devastatingly accurate and could demolish castle walls in short order. The first recorded use of a trebuchet in England was during the siege of Dover Castle in 1216. Seeing a trebuchet being assembled outside your castle was a grim sign. These enormous machines took days to build, but once operational could breach even the strongest walls. Defenders tried to destroy them with counter-bombardment or sallies, but a well-protected trebuchet was difficult to eliminate. The introduction of gunpowder artillery in the 14th and 15th centuries revolutionized siege warfare and castle design. Early cannon were unreliable and dangerous to their operators, but by the mid-15th century, artillery was effective enough to batter down medieval walls. Castles built or modified in this period included lower, thicker walls, better able to resist cannon fire, and platforms for mounting defensive artillery. The classic vertical castle wall became obsolete. Star-shaped fortifications with angled bastions that deflected cannonballs eventually replaced medieval castles. But that was the end of the medieval period, the transition to early modern warfare. Castle construction was enormously expensive and labor-intensive. Building a major castle could cost thousands of pounds, equivalent to millions today. At Harlech Castle in summer 1286, for example, 546 general labourers, 115 quarrymen, 30 blacksmiths, 22 carpenters, and 227 stonemasons worked simultaneously on site. The work required organising this workforce, sourcing materials, transporting them to the site, and coordinating complex construction tasks. Large castles took years or even decades to complete. Garrison sizes varied depending on the castle's size and situation. Many castles in peacetime held only a small garrison, perhaps a dozen soldiers and the lord's household staff. During war, garrisons could swell to hundreds. Maintaining a garrison was expensive. Soldiers needed to be paid, fed, and equipped. This was one reason why many castles fell relatively quickly during sieges once food ran low. Castles weren't just military installations. They were administrative centers where lords collected taxes, held court, and governed their territories. They were residences where lords lived with their families and household. They were treasure vaults storing valuables. They were symbols of power, dominating the landscape and reminding everyone of who was in charge. Daily life in a castle involved managing an estate, entertaining guests, conducting business, and maintaining social networks as much as preparing for war. From simple wooden motte and bailey fortifications to sophisticated concentric stone castles, medieval fortifications reflected centuries of innovation in military architecture. Each defensive feature, round towers, concentric walls, machicolations, drawbridges, represented solutions to specific tactical problems. And each innovation in defense prompted innovations in attack, creating an ongoing arms race that defined medieval warfare. By 1500, the age of the castle was ending, but the castles themselves remained, monuments to feudal power and medieval ingenuity. On November 27, 1095, Pope Urban II stood before a crowd at the Council of Clermont in southern France and delivered one of the most consequential speeches in medieval history. The exact words he used haven't survived. There's no transcript, but we have multiple accounts written by people who were present or heard about it soon afterward. Urban called on Christians to take up arms and march to the east to help their fellow Christians and to reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim control. The response was immediate and enthusiastic. From the crowd came the cry, Deus vult, God wills it. This became the rallying cry of the Crusades. The Council of Clermont had been called for church reform, and Urban's agenda included many items. The council adopted 32 canons on various topics, but the Pope's call for a holy war overshadowed everything else. Urban was responding to a request from the Byzantine Emperor Alexius I Comnenus, who had sent envoys asking for military assistance against the Seljuk Turks, who were threatening Constantinople and had conquered much of Anatolia. But Urban broadened the mission beyond defending Byzantium. He called for the liberation of Jerusalem and the holy sites of Christianity. The motivations for those who answered Urban's call were mixed. Religious fervor was real and powerful. Medieval people took Christianity seriously. The idea of liberating the place where Christ had lived, died, and been resurrected appealed deeply to their faith. Urban promised that anyone who went on crusade would receive a plenary indulgence, complete forgiveness of sins. This was an enormous spiritual incentive. For knights whose profession was violence, which the church condemned, crusading offered a way to use their military skills for a holy purpose. But there were worldly motivations too. Younger sons, who wouldn't inherit land under primogeniture, saw opportunities for wealth and territory in the East. Merchants anticipated new trade routes and markets. Some people were fleeing debts or legal troubles. Others were adventurers seeking glory. The crusade attracted a cross-section of society: knights, nobles, clergy, merchants, and even peasants. Not everyone who took the cross, the symbol of crusading, did so purely for spiritual reasons. The First Crusade departed in 1096. It wasn't a unified army under a single commander, but rather multiple contingents led by various nobles: Godfrey of Bouillon, Raymond IV of Toulouse, Bohemond of Taranto, and others. They travelled overland through the Byzantine Empire to Constantinople, where Emperor Alexius provided supplies and guidance, along with demands that they swear oaths to return captured territories to Byzantine control. Relations between the Crusaders and Byzantines were tense from the start. The Crusaders were Latin Christians. The Byzantines were Greek Orthodox. Religious and cultural differences created mutual suspicion. The Crusaders fought their way across Anatolia, enduring harsh conditions, ambushes, and major battles. They captured Nicaea in 1097 and won a decisive victory at Dorylaeum. They besieged Antioch for months, finally taking it in 1098 after a brutal struggle. Then they marched south toward their ultimate goal, Jerusalem. On June 7th, 1099, the Crusader army arrived outside Jerusalem. The city was held by Fatimid Muslims, who had recently taken it from the Seljuks. The Crusaders besieged the city for over a month. It was summer, intensely hot, and water was scarce. On July 15th, 1099, the Crusaders breached the walls and poured into the city. What followed was a massacre. Thousands of Muslims and Jews were killed. Contemporary chroniclers, both Christian and Muslim, described blood flowing in the streets. The city's inhabitants were slaughtered or enslaved. The Crusaders seized the Temple Mount, converting the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock into Christian shrines. After the slaughter ended, the Crusader leaders met to decide who would rule the conquered city. Raymond of Toulouse declined the honor. Godfrey of Bouillon accepted, though he took the title Defender of the Holy Sepulchre rather than king, reportedly out of humility. He wouldn't wear a crown where Christ had worn a crown of thorns. Godfrey ruled for just 1 year, dying in July 1100. His brother Baldwin succeeded him, taking the title King of Jerusalem. The Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem was established, the first of the Crusader states. Over the next decades, the Crusaders secured additional territories along the coast. They captured Caesarea in 1101, Haifa and Acre in 1104, Beirut and Sidon in 1110, and finally Tyre in 1124. These coastal cities became vital ports connecting the Crusader states to Europe, enabling trade and the flow of reinforcements. The Crusaders also established the county of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, and the county of Tripoli. These states survived through a combination of military force, strategic fortifications, those concentric castles we discussed, and political maneuvering among competing Muslim powers. Trade flourished. Italian merchants, especially Venetians and Genoese, established colonies in Crusader ports. Goods from the east, spices, silk, precious stones, flowed to Europe. Ideas and technologies were exchanged. Crusaders learned about Arab medicine, mathematics, and science. They encountered more sophisticated urban cultures. The cultural exchange went both directions, though often accompanied by violence and mistrust. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. 3 military orders arose to defend the Crusader states and protect pilgrims. The Knights Templar, founded around 1119, were warrior monks who combined monastic vows with military service. They wore white mantles with red crosses and became legendary for their courage and discipline. Templars never surrendered unless their banner had fallen, and even then they were supposed to regroup with other Christian forces. They became immensely wealthy through donations of land in Europe and eventually provided banking services, transporting money and valuables across borders. The Knights Hospitaller, originally founded to care for sick pilgrims, militarized later and became another powerful military order. After the fall of the Crusader states, the Hospitallers conquered Rhodes around 1310 and established their own independent state there. The Teutonic Knights, founded in Acre in 1190, focused primarily on German crusaders. When the Holy Land was lost, the Teutonic Knights turned their attention to the Baltic, conquering Prussia and Lithuania in the Northern Crusades and establishing a monastic state that lasted for centuries. But the Crusader states were always precarious. They were small Christian enclaves surrounded by hostile Muslim territories. Internal conflicts among Crusader nobles weakened them, and eventually a powerful Muslim leader arose who unified enough of the Islamic world to strike back effectively. Salah al-Din, known to Europeans as Saladin, became Sultan of Egypt and Syria. On July the 4th, 1187, at a place called the Horns of Hattin near the Sea of Galilee, Saladin's forces met the largest Crusader army ever assembled. The Crusaders, led by King Guy of Lusignan, made a disastrous tactical decision. They marched across barren terrain in summer heat, suffering from thirst. Saladin chose his battlefield carefully, the twin hills called the Horns of Hattin. He surrounded the exhausted, thirsty Crusaders and destroyed them. King Guy was captured. Most of the Crusader army was killed or taken prisoner. The True Cross, a relic the Crusaders carried into battle, was lost, a devastating symbolic blow. With the Crusader field army destroyed, the path to Jerusalem was open. Saladin captured city after city. On October 2nd, 1187, Jerusalem surrendered. In contrast to the massacre of 1099, Saladin showed mercy. He allowed Christians to leave upon payment of ransom. Those who couldn't pay were enslaved, but there was no general massacre. This clemency enhanced Saladin's reputation, even among Christians. The loss of Jerusalem shocked Europe and prompted the Third Crusade. 3 of Europe's most powerful rulers took the cross: Emperor Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, King Philip II of France, and King Richard I of England, known as Richard the Lionheart. Frederick drowned crossing a river in Anatolia, which severely weakened the German contingent. Philip and Richard quarrelled constantly, but Richard proved himself a brilliant military commander. He recaptured several coastal cities, including Acre, and won battles against Saladin. However, he never retook Jerusalem. After 3 years, Richard negotiated a treaty with Saladin that allowed Christian pilgrims to visit Jerusalem, but left the city in Muslim hands. The Fourth Crusade never reached the Holy Land at all. It was diverted to Constantinople, which the Crusaders sacked in 1204, establishing a Latin empire and fatally weakening the Byzantine Empire. This catastrophe created a permanent rift between Eastern and Western Christianity. The Sixth Crusade, led by Emperor Frederick II, was remarkable because it succeeded through diplomacy rather than warfare. In 1229, Frederick negotiated a treaty with the Sultan Al-Kamil that returned Jerusalem to Christian control. The city remained Christian until 1244, when Khwarezmian Turks, displaced by Mongol invasions, captured and sacked it. Jerusalem would not be Christian again until the 20th century. King Louis IX of France, later canonized as Saint Louis, led the Seventh Crusade targeting Egypt from 1248 to 1254. The Crusaders captured Damietta in 1249 and advanced toward Cairo, but they became bogged down at Al-Mansura. In February 1250, the French suffered a catastrophic defeat. Louis was captured and had to pay an enormous ransom for his release. Louis launched another crusade, the Eighth, in 1270, targeting Tunis. But it was another failure. Louis himself died of dysentery during the campaign. In 1212, an extraordinary and tragic event occurred, the Children's Crusade. Tens of thousands of children and adolescents, led by young visionaries like Stephen of Cloyes in France and Nicholas of Cologne in Germany, set out for the Holy Land. They believed God would give them victory where armed knights had failed. King Philip II of France met Stephen and told him to go home, but many continued anyway. Few ever returned. Most died of hunger, disease, or drowning. Some were sold into slavery. The Children's Crusade was a disaster and a testament to how deeply crusading fever had penetrated European society. Not all crusades targeted the Holy Land. The Albigensian Crusade, launched in 1209, was the first crusade against fellow Christians. Pope Innocent III called for a crusade against the Cathars, a dualist, heretical movement in southern France. The Cathars believed in two gods, one good and one evil, and rejected the Catholic Church. The crusade was brutal, involving mass killings and the destruction of towns. It lasted 20 years and eventually brought the Languedoc region under French royal control. The crusade set a precedent for using holy war against Christians deemed heretical. The Baltic Crusades aimed to Christianize pagan populations in Prussia, Lithuania, and Livonia. The Teutonic Knights led these campaigns, establishing their own state in Prussia. Crusades were also waged in Iberia, where Christian kingdoms fought to reconquer the peninsula from Muslim rule. The Reconquista. These Iberian crusades eventually succeeded, culminating in the fall of Granada in 1492. But the Crusader states in the Holy Land were steadily shrinking. By 1291, only a few coastal cities remained. The Mamluk Sultan of Egypt, Al-Ashraf Khalil, besieged Acre, the last major Crusader stronghold. The defense was desperate. Knights Templar, Hospitaller, and Teutonic Knights fought alongside other defenders, but they were outnumbered. The Mamluks breached the walls on May 18, 1291. The city fell. Thousands were killed or enslaved. The last fortress, a Templar stronghold at the city's edge, held out for 10 more days before surrendering on May 28th. When Acre fell, the Crusader presence in the Holy Land effectively ended. A fortress at Tartus held out briefly, and there was a failed attempt to establish a base on Ruad Island. But by 1303, the Crusaders controlled no territory in the Levant. The Crusades had profound and lasting effects. They strengthened papal authority. The Pope could call Christian kings to war and grant spiritual rewards. They advanced military technology. Tactics and fortification designs learned in the East influenced European warfare. They stimulated trade between East and West, enriching Italian merchant cities. They spread knowledge of classical texts preserved by Muslim scholars, contributing to the later Renaissance. But they also left a legacy of bitterness. The sack of Constantinople in 1204 poisoned relations between Catholic and Orthodox Christians. Muslim-Christian relations were poisoned by centuries of warfare and atrocity. The religious intolerance intensified by the Crusades echoed through subsequent centuries. The Crusades shaped European identity, Islamic memory, and the tangled history of East-West relations. Their legacy remains contested even today. Women in medieval society occupied a paradoxical position. They were simultaneously subordinate and essential, restricted yet influential, legally inferior yet economically active. Understanding medieval women requires moving beyond simple categories of oppressed or empowered. The reality was far more complex, varying dramatically by social class, region, time period, and individual circumstance. A noblewoman exercised a very different kind of power than a peasant woman, but both operated within systems that fundamentally limited their legal status and independence. Marriage was the defining institution for most medieval women. It determined their social position, economic security, and daily life. But medieval marriage was fundamentally different from modern marriage. It wasn't primarily about love or personal fulfillment. It was an economic transaction, a property arrangement, and a means of forming alliances between families. The bride's family provided a dowry, money, land, or goods that went to the groom or his family. This dowry was technically part of the woman's inheritance from her parents, a portion of what she would have received if property had been divided equally among all children. The dowry served multiple purposes. It compensated the groom's family for taking on the economic burden of supporting the bride. It helped establish the new household, and it gave the bride some financial security, since in many regions, she retained ownership rights over her dowry even after marriage. If her husband died, the dowry would support her widowhood. Dowry systems varied across Europe. In some regions, the dowry went directly to the husband to control. In others, it remained the wife's property, managed by her husband, but technically hers. England was relatively generous. Women could inherit and own property and land from both their parents and their husbands. Upon a husband's death, his widow received a widow's dowry, 1/3 of all his property, including land. Interestingly, recent research has revealed that in 13th and 14th century Catalonia, some marriages reversed the normal pattern entirely. Instead of the bride bringing a dowry, the groom paid a dowry to marry into the bride's family. These arrangements appeared when the bride came from a higher status or wealthier family than the groom. The groom essentially bought his way into a more prestigious family network. One groom, Père de Belestar, contributed 8,000 sous to marry Sansa, daughter of Jaume de Saint-Hippolyte, who brought property including a castle she had inherited. This shows that medieval marriage customs could be more flexible than we often assume, though such reverse dowries were exceptional rather than common. Canon law, the Church's legal system, governed marriage across Catholic Europe. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which we mentioned earlier, established that marriage required the free consent of both parties. This was theoretically revolutionary. It meant that a woman couldn't be forced into marriage against her will. Her yes was legally necessary. In practice, family pressure, economic necessity, and social expectations often constrained this freedom. But the requirement of consent did give women some leverage. There are documented cases of women refusing unwanted marriages and having those refusals upheld by church courts. The legal age for marriage was 12 for girls and 14 for boys. These ages seem shockingly young by modern standards, and they were. But most people didn't actually marry that young. The legal minimum and the typical practice were different. Among peasants, marriages usually occurred in the late teens or early 20s, when couples had accumulated enough resources to establish a household. Among nobles, marriages could occur younger, especially when political alliances were at stake. Child betrothals, binding agreements made when children were infants, were common among the elite. These betrothals could be repudiated when the children reached age 12 and 14 respectively, but social pressure to honor family commitments was intense. Widows occupied a unique position in medieval society. A widow gained legal and economic independence that married women lacked. She controlled her dowry and her widow's portion of her husband's estate. She could make contracts, conduct business, and act in court without requiring male permission. Wealthy widows, especially noble women who inherited their husbands' estates, wielded considerable power. They managed lands, commanded vassals, and made political decisions. Some widows remarried quickly, either by choice or because their families arranged it. Others chose to remain widows, preferring independence to subordination to another husband. Women's work was essential to the medieval economy, though often undervalued and poorly documented. Peasant women worked in the fields alongside men, especially during planting and harvest seasons. They also performed domestic labor, cooking, cleaning, child-rearing, spinning, weaving, brewing ale, tending gardens, caring for livestock. This work was economically productive, not merely housework. A peasant wife's labor contributed directly to the family's survival and whatever small surplus they might generate. In towns, women worked in various trades. They were brewers, bakers, textile workers, retailers, and tavern keepers. Women could learn trades from their parents, or, less commonly, through formal apprenticeships. But women's access to guilds, the organizations that controlled urban trades, was severely limited. Most guilds excluded women entirely, or permitted only widows of masters to continue their deceased husband's business temporarily. Even when women were technically allowed to join guilds, They faced restrictions. They couldn't become guild masters with full voting rights. They couldn't supervise male workers. They couldn't carry heavy loads or work at certain times. These restrictions ensured that women remained subordinate in the economic sphere. There was one important exception: the legal status of femme sole, meaning woman alone. Under certain circumstances, a married woman could be recognized legally as separate from her husband in matters of business. This status applied primarily to female artisans who learned trades from their parents and continued practicing after marriage. A woman registered as femme sole could conduct business independently, own property, make contracts, and even be sued in court without involving her husband. This gave her economic agency, but femme sole status was exceptional and limited. Most married women could not contract out their labor services without their husband's approval. Merchant wives often managed family businesses, especially when their husbands traveled for trade. They kept accounts, supervised workers, negotiated contracts, and made business decisions. These women developed real business expertise, but their authority derived from their husband's position. They were managing his enterprise, not operating independently. If the husband died, a merchant widow might continue the business, but if she remarried, control typically passed to her new husband. Noble women wielded power through marriage alliances, land ownership, and household management. A great lady managed a complex household, dozens or hundreds of people, including servants, retainers, and visitors. She supervised food preparation, clothing production, and the household economy. When her husband was away at war, court, or on other business, which could be months or years, she governed his estates, collected revenues, dispensed justice, and sometimes defended castles against attack. There are documented cases of noble women commanding castle defenses during sieges. Noble women also exercised influence through marriage alliances. A strategic marriage could secure peace between warring factions, cement political alliances, or expand territorial holdings. A woman's children carried her bloodline as well as her husband's. Royal mothers could wield tremendous influence as regents for young sons, or as advisors to adult sons. Eleanor of Aquitaine, Queen of France, and later Queen of England, was one of the most powerful figures of the 12th century, outliving most of her male relatives and shaping European politics for decades. Women in religious life had opportunities for education, authority, and intellectual achievement unavailable to most lay women. Convents provided refuge for women who didn't marry, either by choice or because no suitable match was found. Within convents, women could learn to read and write, study scripture and theology, and exercise leadership. An abbess ruled her convent with authority comparable to a bishop. She managed lands and resources, made administrative decisions, and represented her institution in negotiations with secular and ecclesiastical authorities. Hildegard of Bingen exemplifies what an exceptional medieval woman could achieve within religious life. Born around 1098 into a noble family, Hildegard entered religious life as a child. She became Magistra, Mother Superior, of her convent at Disibodenberg in 1136. She later founded her own monastery at Rupertsberg in 1150, and a second at Eibingen in 1165. Hildegard was a mystic, visionary, composer, natural scientist, and theological writer. She corresponded with popes, emperors, and bishops, offering advice and criticism to the most powerful men in Europe. Her works on theology, medicine, and natural history were widely read. Hildegard's achievements were exceptional, but they show what was theoretically possible for women within religious institutions. Childbirth was the most dangerous moment in a medieval woman's life. Each birth carried about a 1% risk of maternal death. That doesn't sound like much, but medieval women typically had multiple pregnancies. 5 to 10 children was common among those who survived childbirth. Over a lifetime, the cumulative risk was substantial. Perhaps 1 in 18 to 1 in 20 married women died in childbirth. In 1420s Florence, giving birth was responsible for about 1 in 5 deaths of married women. Archaeological evidence from medieval Warham Percy in England indicates that 19% of infants died before age 2. Childbirth was attended by midwives, experienced women who assisted with deliveries. In some regions, midwives received formal training and were officially employed by town governments. In England, midwives were less formally organized, poorly paid, and sometimes suspected of witchcraft. Midwives had practical knowledge about managing labor, assisting delivery, and handling complications. They knew how to turn breech babies, how to deliver twins, when to call for a surgeon. But without antibiotics or modern medical knowledge, they couldn't prevent infections, the major cause of maternal death. Retained placenta was particularly dangerous, causing infection that could kill within days. After giving birth, women underwent a period of confinement lasting 4 to 6 weeks. During this time, the mother remained in the birthing chamber, resting and recovering. This practice was part of a cleansing process, the belief that childbirth made a woman's body impure, similar to menstruation. After the confinement period, she underwent a church ceremony called churching that ritually purified her and allowed her to rejoin the community. The cultural emphasis on motherhood was intense. A woman's primary purpose was considered to be bearing children, especially sons, to continue the family line. Infertility or producing only daughters was seen as a woman's failure, though we now know reproductive outcomes depend on both parents. Women who died in childbirth were sometimes venerated as martyrs who sacrificed their lives to bring new life into the world. Clothing reflected and reinforced gender roles. Women wore long dresses with multiple layers, covering their bodies from neck to ankles. Married women covered their hair with veils or wimples. This clothing restricted movement. Running, climbing, riding astride were difficult or impossible. The restriction was partly the point. Modest, covered, restricted dress signaled respectability and proper femininity. It visually reinforced women's subordinate position. Gender roles were constantly reinforced through education, preaching, and social pressure. Women were taught to be obedient, modest, chaste, silent. Medieval literature and sermons presented Eve as the weak-willed sinner who caused humanity's fall, making all women inherently suspect. At the same time, the Virgin Mary was held up as the ideal woman, pure, obedient, humble. The impossible standard, be virgin and mother simultaneously. Medieval marriage wasn't companionate in the modern sense. Affection might develop, but it wasn't expected or required. Marriages were arranged for economic and political reasons. Husbands had legal authority over wives. Church doctrine taught that wives must obey husbands just as Christians must obey God. Domestic violence was common and generally tolerated, though extreme brutality might be criticized. A husband had the legal right to correct his wife physically within certain limits. Yet women found spaces for agency within these constraints. They managed households, influenced decisions, protected their children's interests, maintained social networks, and sometimes defied expectations. Some medieval women were remarkable. Joan of Arc led armies at age 17. Though she was initially treated as a figurehead, she quickly gained the troops' support and participated actively in military decisions. Her presence at the siege of Orléans in 1429 broke a 6-month stalemate and turned the tide of the 100 Years' War. Joan's military leadership was exceptional and controversial, violating every norm about women's proper roles. She was eventually captured, tried as a heretic, and burned at the stake at age 19. But her extraordinary achievements showed that gender roles, however rigid, weren't absolute. Medieval women inhabited a world that limited their freedom, subordinated them legally, and valued them primarily for reproduction and domestic labor. But within those harsh constraints, women carved out spaces for influence, work, and sometimes even power. They were essential to the medieval economy and society. Without their labor and their reproductive capacity, the entire system would have collapsed. Medieval women were not passive victims. They were active participants in a deeply patriarchal system, making the best of limited options and occasionally transcending those limitations entirely. In the autumn of 1347, 12 Genoese trading ships arrived at the Sicilian port of Messina. The ships had come from Kaffa in Crimea, a trading outpost on the Black Sea. When harbour officials boarded the ships, they found a horrifying scene. Most of the sailors were dead or dying, covered in black boils that oozed blood and pus. The living were feverish, delirious, and desperately ill. The harbour master ordered the ships expelled immediately, but it was too late. The plague had arrived in Europe. The disease was caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, though of course medieval people didn't know that. They had no concept of bacteria or how diseases spread. What they observed was sudden illness, grotesque symptoms, and death on an unimaginable scale. The plague probably originated in Central Asia and had been afflicting Mongol armies in the Black Sea region for years. A recent volcanic eruption in 1345 may have created climate disruptions that forced rodent populations carrying infected fleas to move closer to human settlements, facilitating the disease's transmission. According to one account, the Mongol Khan Janibeg, while besieging Kaffa, catapulted plague-infected corpses over the city walls in an early form of biological warfare. Whether this actually happened or is legendary, the plague definitely reached Kaffa. Genoese merchants fled the city on their ships, unknowingly carrying rats, fleas, and the bacterium with them. The ships carried not just plague, but also grain from Black Sea ports, and the grain likely harbored infected fleas feeding on grain dust. As the grain was distributed across Italy, the fleas jumped to local rats and humans, and the plague followed. The Black Death took multiple forms. Bubonic plague, the most common, was spread by fleas that had fed on infected rats. Symptoms included fever ranging from 38 to 41 degrees Celsius. That's 100 to 106 degrees Fahrenheit. Victims suffered headaches, painful aching joints, nausea, vomiting, and a general feeling of malaise. The characteristic symptom was the appearance of buboes, swollen lymph nodes in the groin, neck, and armpits that grew to the size of eggs or even apples. These buboes oozed pus and bled when opened. They were excruciatingly painful. Left untreated, about 80% of bubonic plague victims died within 8 days. But there was also pneumonic plague, which infected the lungs and could spread through the air via coughing and sneezing. Pneumonic plague was even deadlier, with mortality rates approaching 100%. And there was septicemic plague, which infected the bloodstream directly. This form could kill within hours, often before buboes even formed. Fingers, toes, and patches of skin sometimes turned black from tissue death. likely contributing to the disease's name. The plague spread with terrifying speed. From Sicily, it reached mainland Italy by early 1348. It travelled along trade routes, up the Italian peninsula, across to France and Spain, north into Germany and England. By 1349, it had reached Scandinavia and Eastern Europe. By 1353, virtually all of Europe had been affected. The peak outbreak occurred between 1348 and 1350. The death toll was catastrophic. Reliable figures are difficult to establish, but historians estimate that Europe lost between 30 and 60% of its population, with 50% being a commonly cited figure. Before the plague, Europe probably had a population around 75 to 80 million. Afterward, it was reduced to perhaps 50 million or even lower. Some estimates suggest that 25 million Europeans died between 1347 and 1351. But these aggregate numbers don't capture the horror at the local level. The city of Florence saw its population reduce from between 110,000 and 120,000 in 1338 to just 50,000 by 1351. Some sources claim that 80% of Florence died within just 4 months in 1348. Paris lost half its population of approximately 100,000, though estimates of the city's pre-plague population vary widely. In Hamburg and Bremen, 60 to 70% of inhabitants perished. London may have lost a similar percentage, with approximately 62,000 deaths between 1346 and 1353. The German-speaking lands were devastated. Before 1350, there were about 170,000 settlements in Germany. By 1450, this number had been reduced by nearly 40,000. Settlements simply disappeared as their entire populations died. Population recovery took generations. In most areas, it took 80 to 100 years for populations to return to pre-plague levels. In some regions, it took 150 years or more. Medieval people desperately sought explanations for the catastrophe. Many saw it as divine punishment for humanity's sins. God was angry, and the plague was his judgment. This interpretation led to various religious responses. Flagellants, groups of religious zealots, travelled from town to town, publicly whipping themselves to atone for sin. They marched in procession, stripping to the waist and scourging their backs with leather whips embedded with metal spikes until blood ran. They performed these rituals in front of crowds, hoping that their suffering would appease God's wrath and end the plague. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. But the flagellants also spread violence. They were rabidly anti-Semitic, and wherever they went, attacks on Jewish communities followed. Jews became scapegoats for the plague. Rumors spread that Jews were deliberately poisoning wells and springs to kill Christians. These accusations were absurd. Jews were dying of plague at the same rates as Christians, but logic didn't matter in the face of mass panic and existing prejudice. Between 1348 and 1351, Jewish communities across Europe suffered devastating pogroms. On March 1st, 1349, the Jewish community of Worms was attacked. The Judengasse and Synagogue Quarter were set ablaze. Over 400 members of the community were killed, many setting fire to their own homes to avoid forced baptism. Similar massacres occurred in Toulon, Barcelona, Erfurt, Basel, Frankfurt, Strasbourg, Brussels, and dozens of other cities. Economic motives reinforced religious hatred. Dead Jewish moneylenders didn't need to be repaid. The persecution drove large numbers of surviving Jews to migrate eastward into Poland and Lithuania. where rulers offered protection in exchange for economic services. Medical responses to the plague were varied and completely ineffective. Physicians had no understanding of bacteria or disease transmission. They relied on the theory of humours, the belief that illness resulted from imbalances in bodily fluids. Treatments included bloodletting, which only weakened patients further. Leeches were applied to drain bad blood. Herbal remedies were tried. Some might have provided minor symptom relief, but none affected the underlying infection. Physicians wore strange protective costumes, including beaked masks stuffed with aromatic herbs, believing that bad smells spread disease. This wasn't entirely wrong. Miasma theory recognized that disease clustered in certain places, but the actual transmission mechanism was misunderstood. Some authorities did take practical measures. Venice pioneered quarantine practices. Ships arriving from plague-affected areas were required to anchor offshore for 40 days before passengers and cargo could disembark. The Italian term 40 giorni, 40 days, gave us the English word quarantine. Venice established islands specifically for plague isolation. Lazaretto Vecchio for treating the sick, and Lazaretto Nuovo for quarantining suspect ships. These measures had some effect in slowing transmission, though they couldn't stop the plague entirely. Burial became a logistical nightmare. Normal funeral practices collapsed. There weren't enough gravediggers. There wasn't enough space in churchyards. Mass graves were dug outside city walls, and bodies were stacked in layers. Sometimes the dead were collected by cart and dumped unceremoniously into pits. The breakdown of proper burial rites was deeply disturbing to medieval Christians, who believed proper burial and prayers were necessary for the soul's salvation. The clergy suffered disproportionately high mortality. Priests administered last rites to dying parishioners, exposing themselves repeatedly to infection. Many priests died heroically, serving their communities to the end. Others fled, abandoning their post to save their own lives. The Church's failure to protect people or explain the catastrophe undermined its authority. If the Church was God's representative on earth, why couldn't it stop God's punishment? Why were priests dying alongside everyone else? The economic and social consequences were profound. The massive labor shortage completely altered the balance of power between lords and peasants. Before the plague, overpopulation had kept wages low and given lords enormous leverage over peasants. Laborers were plentiful and cheap. After the plague, laborers were scarce and valuable. Peasants could demand higher wages and better conditions. If one lord refused, they could find another who would pay more. Some peasants abandoned their manors entirely and moved to towns where opportunities were better. Lords tried to resist these changes. In England, Parliament passed the Statute of Labourers in 1351, attempting to fix wages at pre-plague levels and restrict peasant mobility. Similar laws were enacted across Europe, but enforcement was difficult. The economic reality of labour scarcity couldn't be legislated away. Wages rose despite the laws. The drastic decrease in population also meant an oversupply of goods, causing prices to drop. Survivors enjoyed higher standards of living than the pre-plague generation. Land became plentiful. With so many dead, there was more land available than people to work it. Peasants could take up vacant holdings. The most oppressive aspects of serfdom began to decline, not because lords became more humane, but because they had to offer incentives to retain labourers. The 15th century became something of a golden age for common people. Wages were relatively high, food was relatively cheap, and working conditions improved. This was temporary. Population eventually recovered, and conditions worsened again. But for several generations, ordinary people lived better than their ancestors had. The plague didn't end in 1353. It returned in waves throughout the late 14th and 15th centuries. These subsequent outbreaks were less catastrophic than the Black Death, but they killed thousands and prevented population recovery. People lived with the constant fear that plague might return at any moment. This psychological impact was enormous. Life felt precarious, death felt imminent, and worldly achievements seemed futile. Art and literature reflected this obsession with mortality. The danse macabre, the dance of death, became a popular artistic motif. Paintings and woodcuts showed skeletons dancing with people from all social classes: popes, kings, merchants, peasants. Death came for everyone, regardless of rank or virtue. Memento mori, remember you must die, became a constant theme. Artistic emphasis on decay, skulls, and the transience of earthly glory dominated late medieval culture. Some historians argue that the Black Death accelerated historical change, breaking down feudal structures and paving the way for the Renaissance and modernity. The old certainties were shattered. The Church's authority was questioned. Social mobility increased. Economic structures evolved. Whether the plague caused these changes or merely accelerated existing trends is debatable, but the correlation is undeniable. Medieval Europe before 1347 was already experiencing tensions: overpopulation, climate deterioration, economic strain. The Black Death didn't create these problems, but it resolved them in the most horrific way imaginable. It killed between a third and half of Europe's population in just a few years. It traumatized the survivors. It transformed the economic, social, and psychological landscape. The world after the Black Death was fundamentally different from the world before. In some ways, it was better. Peasants gained some leverage. Wages rose. Serfdom declined. In other ways, it was darker. Religious certainty was shaken. Violence intensified. Death became omnipresent. The Black Death stands as the greatest catastrophe in European history, a rupture that ended the High Middle Ages and began the transition to a new era. Medieval society is often portrayed as backward and stagnant, stuck in darkness between the Roman Empire and the Renaissance. This is profoundly wrong. The Middle Ages witnessed remarkable technological innovation that transformed daily life, increased productivity, and laid foundations for the modern world. Many of the devices we consider fundamental to civilization, mechanical clocks, printing presses, eyeglasses, were medieval inventions. The period wasn't just about castles and knights. It was about engineers and craftsmen solving practical problems with increasing sophistication. We've already discussed the heavy plough, the karuka, which revolutionized agriculture in Northern Europe. This wasn't the only agricultural innovation. The horse collar, which appeared in Europe around the 9th or 10th century, fundamentally changed how animals could be used for work. Earlier harnesses pressed against a horse's windpipe, restricting breathing and limiting pulling power. The padded horse collar rested on the horse's shoulders, allowing it to breathe freely while pulling heavy loads. This simple change made horses viable for ploughing and hauling, significantly increasing agricultural efficiency. Horses could work faster and longer than oxen, though they were more expensive to maintain. Water power was harnessed with increasing sophistication throughout the medieval period. Watermills had existed in the Roman world, but they became widespread in medieval Europe. By the end of the medieval period, watermills were crucial infrastructure on European rivers. Initially, watermills ground grain into flour. but the technology was adapted for many purposes. Watermills powered sawmills that cut timber and stone, forge hammers for metalworking, and fulling mills that cleaned and thickened woolen cloth. The Domesday Book of 1086 recorded over 5,000 watermills in England alone, roughly one for every 50 families. This represented an enormous investment in mechanical power that reduced human labour and increased productivity. Windmills appeared in Europe during the 12th century, probably independently invented rather than borrowed from the Middle East, where they already existed. European windmills had vertical sails mounted on horizontal shafts, unlike Middle Eastern windmills with horizontal sails. Windmills were built in areas where rivers weren't available to power watermills. They ground grain, pumped water, and performed other mechanical tasks. The Netherlands became famous for windmills used to drain water from low-lying land, creating farmland from marshes. The 13th century saw the development of paper mills, which used water power to operate mechanical hammers that beat linen and hemp rags into pulp for paper making. The first certain use of a water-powered paper mill in Europe was in 1282 in Spain. Paper was cheaper than parchment and could be produced in larger quantities, facilitating the spread of literacy and record-keeping. Medieval craftsmen also developed various specialized mechanical devices. Wine presses evolved from simple screw presses to more efficient designs with flat pressing surfaces in the 12th century. Rotary grindstones for sharpening tools, mentioned in texts from 834, incorporated leverage handles that improved efficiency. Labor-saving devices appeared in mining and metalworking, including mechanical systems using camshafts and cranks to convert rotary motion to reciprocating motion. These innovations increased productivity across multiple industries. One of the most significant medieval inventions was the mechanical clock. Early clocks appeared in Europe in the late 13th and early 14th centuries. Unlike earlier timekeeping devices like water clocks or sundials, mechanical clocks used falling weights and escapement mechanisms to measure time consistently regardless of weather or season. The escapement, a device that converts continuous rotational motion into discrete steps, was the key innovation. By 1275, all the requirements for a truly mechanical clock were probably known. Some historians believe the breakthrough might have occurred even earlier. The first documented mechanical clock was probably built at Dunstable Priory in England in 1283. Churches, monasteries, and town halls across Europe installed tower clocks that struck bells to mark the hours. These clocks didn't have faces initially. They just rang bells. Clock faces with hour hands appeared later. Mechanical clocks changed how people experienced time, making it possible to measure hours precisely and organize activities with greater coordination. The mechanical clock was arguably as revolutionary as later inventions like the steam engine or computer, fundamentally altering human consciousness and social organization. Eyeglasses, invented in Italy in the late 13th century, transformed intellectual life. The first spectacles appeared around 1268 to 1289, probably in Pisa or Venice. A sermon from 1306 references meeting the man who created glasses less than 20 years earlier and praises the invention's profound impact. Early eyeglasses used convex lenses to correct farsightedness, enabling monks and scholars to continue reading and copying manuscripts into old age. Before eyeglasses, anyone whose vision deteriorated had to abandon detailed work. Afterward, productive working life could be extended by decades. This simple invention significantly increased the pool of educated, literate people capable of preserving and transmitting knowledge. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. But perhaps the most revolutionary medieval invention was Johannes Gutenberg's movable type printing press, developed in Germany around 1440. Gutenberg wasn't the first to invent printing. Chinese printers had used wood blocks for centuries, and movable type had been invented in China. But Gutenberg developed a practical system for European scripts. He invented an adjustable hand mold for casting individual metal letters quickly and precisely. He adapted the design of existing screw presses used for winemaking to create a printing press that applied even pressure to paper. A single Renaissance printing press could produce up to 3,600 pages per workday, compared to 40 by hand printing. The impact was staggering. Before printing, books were rare and expensive. Each copy had to be written by hand, a process taking months. Afterward, hundreds of identical copies could be produced quickly. By the 1450s, printed books were replacing manuscripts as the dominant form of written text. Knowledge became democratized. Ideas spread faster. Literacy increased. The printing press enabled the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and the Enlightenment. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally printing changed human civilization. And it happened in the final decades of what we call the Middle Ages. Naval technology also advanced significantly. Medieval ships evolved from simple coastal vessels to ocean-going ships capable of long-distance voyages. One crucial innovation was the stern-mounted rudder, which replaced earlier side-mounted steering oars. The steering oar, attached to one side of the ship near the stern, was awkward and limited maneuverability. The stern rudder, mounted on the stern post at the ship's rear, provided better control and worked more efficiently on larger vessels. The stern-mounted rudder appeared in China in the 1st century AD and probably reached Europe during the Middle Ages, though some scholars debate whether it was transmitted or independently invented. By the 14th century, European ships used pintle and gudgeon hinges that attached the rudder permanently to the entire length of the stern post. This innovation, combined with improvements in hull design and sail configuration, made possible the age of exploration in the 15th and 16th centuries. The magnetic compass, probably transmitted from China via Muslim traders, appeared in Europe by the 12th century. The compass enabled navigation out of sight of land, making long ocean voyages feasible. Combined with stern rudders, improved sails, and better ship construction, European maritime technology reached a point where sailors could cross oceans and circumnavigate the globe. Military technology evolved dramatically during the medieval period. Armor progressed from leather and simple mail to sophisticated plate armor, chainmail, thousands of interlocking iron rings forming a flexible mesh, dominated European warfare from the 9th to the 13th centuries. Charlemagne and Crusader knights wore chainmail hauberks reaching to their knees. Chainmail provided good protection against cutting weapons while allowing mobility, but it had weaknesses. Powerful crossbows and longbows could penetrate chainmail, and blunt force weapons like maces could break bones through the mail without penetrating it. By the 13th century, knights began adding plate armor over vulnerable areas: shins, forearms, chest. Helmets evolved from simple open-face designs to enclosed great helms, protecting the entire head. By the 15th century, full plate armor covered knights from head to toe in articulated steel plates. This armor provided extraordinary protection. A fully armored knight was nearly invulnerable to arrows and swords. But plate armor was expensive, requiring skilled armorers and quality steel. Only wealthy nobles could afford the best armor. Weapons evolved in response to armor. The crossbow, with its mechanical loading system and powerful steel bow, could punch through chainmail. Crossbows required much less training than longbows. A peasant could learn to use a crossbow effectively in days, whereas mastering a longbow took years. This democratized warfare, reducing the dominance of noble knights. Crossbows shot iron bolts with tremendous force, though they were slow to reload. A skilled crossbowman might shoot 2 bolts per minute, compared to 12 or more arrows from a skilled archer. Gunpowder reached Europe probably in the 13th century, possibly via Mongol invasions or transmitted through the Silk Road. Europeans were experimenting with gunpowder by the 1200s. The first gunpowder weapons appeared in the early 14th century. A manuscript from the 1320s shows an early cannon, a bulbous bottle-shaped device on a stand, firing an arrow. Florence manufactured cannons and iron balls by 1326. The first recorded use of a cannon in a siege was at Algeciras in 1343 to 1344. Early cannons were crude and dangerous, as likely to explode and kill their operators as to harm the enemy. But the technology improved rapidly. By the late 14th century, gunpowder weapons were common in European warfare. The Battle of Beverhoutsveld in 1382 saw rebels using light artillery successfully against the Count of Flanders, the first successful European use of gunpowder weapons in battle. By the 15th century, siege cannons could batter down castle walls that had resisted assault for centuries. The age of the castle was ending, replaced by new fortification designs adapted to artillery warfare. Architectural technology reached extraordinary heights in Gothic cathedrals. Gothic architecture is characterized by pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. The ribbed vault distributed the weight of the roof along stone ribs rather than across the entire vault surface, allowing thinner, lighter construction. Pointed arches directed force downward more efficiently than rounded Romanesque arches. Flying buttresses, external supports that carried the outward thrust of the roof and walls to exterior buttresses, allowed walls to be thinner and taller, filled with enormous windows. These innovations enabled the construction of churches with soaring heights and vast window areas that would have been impossible with earlier techniques. Chartres Cathedral, Reims Cathedral, Notre Dame de Paris. These buildings pushed engineering to its limits. The stone cutting, masonry, scaffolding, and construction machinery required represented technological achievements on par with modern skyscrapers. Masons developed sophisticated understanding of structural forces and material properties through experience and experimentation. Cathedral construction often took decades or even centuries, with knowledge passed from master to apprentice across generations. Glass production improved, allowing the creation of the enormous stained glass windows that fill Gothic cathedrals with colored light. Medieval craftsmen created vibrant blues, reds, greens, and yellows using various metal oxides mixed into molten glass. These windows weren't just decoration, they were visual theology, teaching biblical stories to largely illiterate congregations. Medieval technology transformed agriculture, manufacturing, warfare, construction, and intellectual life. The innovations were incremental, each building on previous developments. But cumulatively, they represent extraordinary achievement. By 1500, European technology had reached a point where global exploration, industrial production, and scientific revolution became possible. The medieval period wasn't a dark age. It was an age of remarkable creativity and practical problem-solving. that laid foundations for everything that followed. Medieval Europe produced artistic and cultural achievements that still inspire awe today. Gothic cathedrals soar toward heaven, their stone lacework and stained glass creating spaces of extraordinary beauty. Illuminated manuscripts preserve not just text but dazzling works of art. Music evolved from simple chant to sophisticated polyphony. Even secular arts, heraldry, tapestries, metalwork, demonstrated remarkable craftsmanship and aesthetic sophistication. Medieval artists worked within religious constraints and limited technology, but they created works that continue to move people centuries later. Architecture underwent a dramatic transformation during the medieval period. Romanesque architecture dominated the 11th and 12th centuries. The style is characterized by thick masonry walls, rounded arches supported by piers and barrel vaults. Romanesque churches feel solid, heavy, fortress-like. The walls had to be thick to support the tremendous weight of stone vaulting. Windows were relatively small because large openings would weaken the walls. The overall effect is solemn and imposing rather than light-filled. Romanesque churches featured elaborate stone carvings integrated into the building fabric. Portals, the main entrances, were surrounded by carved arches called archivolts, often depicting biblical scenes or the Last Judgment. Capitals atop columns were carved with foliage, animals, demons, or narrative scenes. Interior walls might be decorated with frescoes or mosaics. The style varied regionally. Italian Romanesque churches often used contrasting colored stone. German Romanesque featured multiple towers, but the rounded arch and thick walls unified the style across Europe. In the 12th century, Gothic architecture emerged, centered in France. The birthplace of Gothic was the Abbey Church of Saint-Denis, just north of Paris, rebuilt beginning in 1140 by Abbot Suger. Suger wanted to create a church filled with light, which he saw as a manifestation of the divine. To achieve this, he combined three existing architectural techniques in a new way: the pointed arch, the ribbed vault, and the flying buttress. The new choir at Saint-Denis, completed in 1144, astonished contemporaries with its height, delicacy, and luminosity. Within decades, the Gothic style spread across Europe. The pointed arch was the key Gothic innovation. Unlike rounded Romanesque arches which push outward, requiring thick walls for support, pointed arches direct their weight more directly downward. This means the supporting walls can be thinner. The pointed arch can also be adjusted to different widths and heights, giving architects much more flexibility. Gothic architects realized that this innovation would allow them to have less wall and more window. Ribbed vaults distributed the weight of stone ceilings along stone ribs, rather than across the entire vault surface. This made vaults lighter and allowed them to span larger spaces. The weight was concentrated along the ribs and transmitted down through slender columns to the ground. Flying buttresses, external supports that arch from the upper walls to exterior buttresses, carried the outward thrust of the roof away from the walls. This allowed walls to be pierced by enormous windows. The result was Gothic cathedrals with soaring vertical spaces, pointed arches everywhere, and vast expanses of stained glass. Gothic emphasized height and light. Naves reached staggering heights. Notre Dame de Paris' nave is 35 meters tall. Chartres Cathedral is 37 meters. Beauvais Cathedral attempted 48 meters. The vertical emphasis and the colored light streaming through stained glass windows created spaces designed to lift the soul toward heaven. Stained glass windows were created by cutting pieces of colored glass and assembling them with lead strips called tracery. Each window contained hundreds or thousands of individual glass pieces. The glass was colored using metal oxides, cobalt for blue, copper for green, iron for yellow and green, manganese for purple, gold for ruby red. Medieval glassmakers created extraordinarily vivid colors, particularly the deep blues made from ground lapis lazuli called ultramarine. The windows depicted biblical stories, saints' lives, and sometimes scenes from everyday life, serving as visual instruction for the largely illiterate congregation. Gothic architecture continued developing through the late 15th century, becoming increasingly elaborate. Later Gothic featured intricate stone tracery, fan vaulting, and decorative elements that pushed structural engineering to its limits. Romanesque architecture persisted in some regions through the 13th century, overlapping with Gothic. Both styles represented enormous investments of wealth and labor. Cathedrals took decades or centuries to complete. They employed hundreds of skilled craftsmen, masons, carpenters, glassmakers, sculptors, and represented the artistic and technical pinnacle of medieval society. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. Illuminated manuscripts were another major medieval art form. The term illuminated literally means lighted up, referring to the use of gold and silver that caught and reflected light. Manuscripts were handwritten books, and the finest examples were decorated with miniature paintings, ornate borders, elaborate initial letters, and full-page illustrations. Creating an illuminated manuscript required multiple specialized craftsmen. First, parchment had to be prepared. Vellum, the finest parchment, was made from calfskin, while cheaper parchment came from sheepskin or goatskin. The hides were soaked in lime, scraped clean of hair and flesh, stretched on frames, and scraped thin with curved knives. The resulting sheets were pale, smooth, and durable. The scribe ruled guidelines on the parchment to keep text lines straight. Then he copied the text in careful script, leaving spaces for decorations. In early medieval monasteries, monks did this work as part of their religious duties. By the High Middle Ages, manuscript production had become increasingly commercialized. Secular workshops emerged, particularly in Paris, Gand, Bruges, and northern Italy, producing manuscripts for wealthy patrons. William de Brailles, a 13th century Oxford illuminator, signed several manuscripts, providing rare evidence of individual craftsmen. After the text was complete, illuminators decorated the manuscript. Gold leaf was applied first. The illuminator laid down a base coat of gesso, a mixture of white pigment like gypsum, water, and glue. Once dried, thin sheets of gold leaf were carefully applied over the gesso. The leaf was then burnished with a polished agate to increase its brilliance. The burnished gold has a beautiful metallic glisten that catches light at different angles. Next came the painting. Illuminators used natural pigments ground from minerals, plants, and animal products. Lapis lazuli, imported from Afghanistan at enormous expense, produced the precious blue called ultramarine. Vermilion, made from mercury and sulfur, created bright red. Orpiment, an arsenic compound, produced yellow. Lead white was the most common white pigment. These pigments were mixed with binding media, egg tempera, gum arabic, or other substances to create paint. The images in illuminated manuscripts range from small decorated letters to full-page paintings. Borders were filled with intricate patterns, foliage, animals, and grotesque creatures. Margins often contained marginalia, drawings and doodles that could be whimsical obscene, or thematically connected to the main text. The finest manuscripts, like the Books of Hours produced for wealthy patrons, contain dozens of full-page miniatures painted with extraordinary precision and detail. Literacy and manuscript ownership were largely confined to clergy and nobility. Books were expensive. A single illuminated manuscript might cost as much as a farm. Pictures compensated for low literacy rates. People who couldn't read Latin could still understand biblical stories depicted in images. After Gutenberg's printing press appeared in the 1440s, manuscript production declined rapidly. By the 1450s, printed books were replacing manuscripts. The age of hand-copied books was ending. Medieval churches contained extensive sculpture. Cathedral portals featured carved figures of saints, prophets, and biblical scenes arranged in elaborate programs. The sculptural program at Chartres Cathedral includes over 10,000 carved figures, column statues, tall, elongated figures carved on columns flanking doorways, were characteristic of Gothic sculpture. Capitals atop columns were carved with foliage, narrative scenes, or grotesque figures. Interior sculpture included tomb monuments, altar sculptures, and devotional images. Gargoyles are among the most famous medieval sculptures. These stone creatures project from building walls, serving a practical function as waterspouts that channel rainwater away from walls and foundations, preventing erosion. The gargoyle's open mouth acts as a spout directing water away from the building. But gargoyles also served symbolic purposes. Their monstrous and fearsome appearances were thought to ward off evil spirits. They reminded the faithful of the perils of sin while simultaneously protecting the sacred building. Medieval metalwork included church bells, liturgical vessels like chalices and reliquaries, jewelry, weapons, and decorative objects. Goldsmiths and silversmiths created elaborate works using precious metals, enamel, gems, and pearls. The techniques, casting, repoussé, filigree, cloisonné enamel, required extraordinary skill. Reliquaries housing saints' remains were particularly elaborate, sometimes shaped like the body part they contained. Tapestries were major artworks and also served practical functions, providing insulation and decoration in cold stone castles and churches. The Bayeux Tapestry, created in the 1070s, is the most famous medieval textile. Despite its name, it's actually an embroidered cloth rather than a tapestry. The linen cloth is nearly 70 meters long and 50 centimeters tall, embroidered with colored woolen threads depicting the Norman conquest of England in 58 scenes. It's a rare example of secular Romanesque art. Most surviving medieval textiles are religious in nature. Heraldry emerged as both an art form and a symbolic system in the 12th century. Knights needed ways to identify each other in battle when helmets covered faces. Coats of arms, distinctive designs painted on shields and surcoats, solved this problem. The designs became hereditary, passing from father to son. Heraldry developed complex rules governing design, colors, and symbolism. Heraldic colors each carried symbolic meanings. Gold or yellow, called or, symbolized wisdom, constancy, and generosity. Silver or white, argent, represented truth, sincerity, and peace. Red, gules, signified warrior spirit, military strength, and martyrdom. Blue, azure, meant loyalty, truth, and strength. Green, vert, denoted hope and loyalty in love. Black, sable, represented constancy, wisdom, or grief. Purple, purpura, indicated royalty, sovereignty, and justice. Symbols on coats of arms also carried specific meanings. Lions represented courage, bravery, and royalty. Eagles symbolized strength, dignity, and nobility. Dragons indicated power, wisdom, and protection. Crosses signified faith and piety. Stars represented honor and ambition. Complex rules governed how these elements could be combined. A complete coat of arms might include a shield, helmet, crest, supporters, figures holding the shield, and a motto. Music underwent significant development during the medieval period. Gregorian chant, monophonic liturgical music sung in Latin, dominated church services. The melodies were traditionally written using neumes, an early form of musical notation from which modern staff notation developed. The development of musical notation in the 9th and 10th centuries allowed melodies to be preserved accurately and transmitted across distances. In the 12th century, polyphony emerged, music with multiple independent melodic lines sung simultaneously. The Notre Dame School in Paris pioneered this development. Composers Léonin and Perrotin wrote organum for 2, 3, and 4 voices in the late 12th and early 13th centuries. Their compositions were written for the newly built Cathedral of Notre Dame, one of the finest Gothic churches. According to the only surviving manuscript describing them, Anonymous 4, they developed new techniques in organum that influenced all subsequent Western music. Guillaume de Machaut composed the first complete polyphonic setting of the Mass in 1364, called Messe de Notre Dame. This was the earliest complete setting of the Mass Ordinary, attributable to a single composer, and marked a revolutionary moment in musical history. The work used 4 voices, rather than the more common 3, adding a contratenor voice, moving in the same low range as the tenor. Medieval musical instruments included stringed instruments like lutes, harps, and fiddles, wind instruments like pipes, flutes, and horns, and percussion including drums, bells, and tambourines. Secular music existed alongside sacred music. Troubadours and minstrels performed courtly love songs, dancing songs, and narrative ballads. This music was rarely written down and has largely been lost, though some manuscripts preserve melodies and texts. Medieval artistic achievement represents the culture's spiritual yearning, technical mastery, and creative vitality. From soaring Gothic cathedrals to jewel-like illuminated manuscripts, from intricate heraldry to complex polyphony, medieval artists pushed the boundaries of their materials and techniques. They created works designed to glorify God, instruct the faithful, display wealth and power, and explore beauty for its own sake. Their legacy endures in the buildings, books, and artistic traditions that continue to shape our world. Medieval Europe was not intellectually dark. Despite widespread illiteracy and the collapse of Roman educational institutions, learning survived and eventually flourished. Monasteries preserved classical texts, cathedral schools taught the liberal arts, universities emerged as centers of scholarship, and writers created literary works that remain influential today. The medieval intellectual world produced Thomas Aquinas, Dante Alighieri, and Geoffrey Chaucer. It transmitted Greek philosophy through Arabic translations. It developed scholasticism, a rigorous method of logical argument. The period laid foundations for the Renaissance and modern intellectual culture. Education in the early Middle Ages centered on monasteries. The rule of St. Benedict emphasized reading and study alongside prayer and work. Monks needed literacy to read scripture and perform liturgical duties. Monastic schools taught boys destined for religious life. The curriculum followed classical Roman models, focusing on the 7 liberal arts divided into 2 groups, the trivium and the quadrivium. The trivium consisted of grammar, logic or dialectic, and rhetoric. Grammar taught Latin language structure and usage. since Latin was the language of learning, liturgy, and administration across Europe. Logic taught structured reasoning and argumentation. Rhetoric taught persuasive speaking and writing. Together, these linguistic arts form the foundation of education. The quadrivium comprised arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy, the quantitative arts. These subjects required mastery of the trivium first. Arithmetic covered number theory. Geometry included both abstract mathematics and practical surveying. Music meant both the theory of harmonics and practical performance for liturgy. Astronomy involved understanding celestial movements and calculating calendar dates, particularly the dating of Easter. Altogether, the 7 liberal arts belonged to the lower faculty. Mastery of these arts was prerequisite to studying the higher faculties: medicine, law, and theology. Theology was considered the pinnacle, the queen of sciences, since understanding divine truth was the ultimate goal of learning. Cassiodorus, a 6th century statesman and monk, established an educational program at his monastery Vivarium in southern Italy. His work, Introduction to Divine and Human Readings, outlined how classical learning could support Christian education. Boethius, roughly Cassiodorus's contemporary, translated Aristotle's logical works into Latin and wrote commentaries that became foundational texts for medieval education. Boethius also wrote The Consolation of Philosophy while imprisoned, awaiting execution around 524. This profound meditation on fate, fortune, and divine providence became one of the most widely read and influential books in medieval Europe, second only to the Bible. Some scholars claim Boethius saved the thought of the Middle Ages by preserving access to classical philosophy. By the 12th century, cathedral schools emerged as important educational centers. Unlike monastic schools that trained monks, cathedral schools educated clergy for secular church positions and sometimes laymen. The cathedral school at Chartres was particularly famous for its teachers and curriculum. Cathedral schools in Paris, Oxford, and Bologna evolved into universities, new institutions that would transform medieval intellectual life. The University of Bologna, founded in 1088, is generally considered the oldest university in continuous operation. Bologna specialized in law, particularly civil and canon law. It was organized by students who hired and paid professors. The University of Paris emerged around 1150 to 1200 as a center for theology and philosophy. Paris was organized by masters. The professors controlled the institution. The University of Oxford developed around 1167 to 1200. The University of Salerno, famous for medicine, may have predated Bologna as an informal school, but gained formal recognition later. Universities transformed European intellectual life. They created standardized curricula, granted degrees recognizing levels of expertise, and fostered communities of scholars who could debate and develop ideas. The university structure, with its faculties, degrees, disputations, and academic freedom, became foundational to Western education. Medieval scholarship developed a distinctive method called scholasticism. Scholasticism emphasized logical argument, careful definition of terms, and systematic organization of knowledge. Scholastic thinkers posed questions, presented objections and counter-arguments from various authorities, and then resolved the question through logical analysis. This method appears throughout medieval theological and philosophical writings. The greatest scholastic thinker was Thomas Aquinas, a 13th century Dominican friar. Aquinas' masterwork, the Summa Theologiae, composed between 1265 and 1274, is considered the pinnacle of scholastic medieval and Christian philosophy. Aquinas integrated Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, arguing that faith and reason were compatible and complementary. This was controversial. Many earlier Christian thinkers, influenced by Augustine and Neoplatonism, viewed reason with suspicion. Aquinas showed that Aristotle's logic could clarify theological questions without undermining faith. His synthesis dominated Catholic theology and remains influential today. Arabic and Islamic scholars played crucial roles in preserving and transmitting classical knowledge. During the early Middle Ages, when Western Europe struggled with political fragmentation and limited literacy, Islamic civilization flourished. The Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad, Al-Andalus in Spain, and other Islamic centers maintained libraries, translated Greek philosophical and scientific texts into Arabic, and produced original scholarship in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy. In the 12th and 13th centuries, European scholars traveled to Toledo, Sicily, and other contact zones to translate Arabic texts into Latin. These translations reintroduced Aristotle's complete works to Europe, along with commentaries by Islamic philosophers like Averroes and Avicenna. Arabic numerals, algebra, and advanced astronomical knowledge entered European scholarship through these translations. The transmission of knowledge from Islamic to Christian civilization was essential to the development of medieval universities and scholasticism. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. Monasteries functioned as repositories of knowledge throughout the Middle Ages. Monastic libraries contained religious texts, scriptures, works of church fathers, theological commentaries, but also preserved classical Latin literature, history, and philosophy. Monks copied manuscripts in scriptoria, specialized rooms equipped with desks, parchment storage, and writing implements. The work was meticulous and demanding. Scribes worked in silence to avoid errors, carefully copying every word and letter. This painstaking labor preserved texts that would otherwise have been lost. Nearly every classical Latin work that survives today was copied by medieval monks at some point. Medieval literature encompassed diverse genres and languages. Latin remained the language of scholarship, theology, and official documents. But vernacular literature, written in French, English, Italian, German, and other languages, flourished alongside Latin writing. Epic poetry celebrated heroic warriors and national legends. Beowulf, composed in Old English probably in the 8th or early 9th century, tells of a Scandinavian hero who battles monsters and dragons. It's the oldest surviving epic in English literature. The Song of Roland, an 11th century French chanson de geste, depicts the Battle of Roncevaux Pass in 778, where Charlemagne's knight Roland died fighting Muslim forces. The poem celebrates crusading Christianity, valorizing martyrdom for king and god. The German Nibelungenlied, composed around 1200, draws on Germanic legendary material similar to Icelandic sagas. Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, written in Italian in the early 14th century, is arguably the greatest work of medieval literature. The poem describes Dante's journey through the afterlife, hell, purgatory, and heaven. Each of the three sections, Inferno, Purgatorio, Paradiso, contains 33 cantos, except Inferno, which has 34, for a total of 100 cantos. Hell is depicted as a conical pit extending to Earth's center, divided into circles where sinners are punished according to the gravity of their sins. Purgatory is a mountain, where souls purge themselves of sinful tendencies before ascending to paradise. Paradise is the realm of divine light and love. Dante's guide through hell, and most of purgatory, is the Roman poet Virgil, representing human reason. His guide through paradise is Beatrice, a woman Dante loved, representing divine grace and faith. The Divine Comedy synthesizes medieval theology, philosophy, politics, and personal experience into an architectonic vision of cosmic order and divine justice. Dante incorporates Aristotelian philosophy, Thomistic theology, classical mythology, contemporary Italian politics, and personal autobiography. The poem influenced virtually all subsequent European literature. Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, composed between 1387 and 1400, is the masterpiece of medieval English literature. Chaucer tells the story of 29 pilgrims travelling from the Tabard Inn in Southwark to the shrine of St. Thomas Becket at Canterbury Cathedral. The host at the inn proposes that each pilgrim tell 2 stories on the way to Canterbury and 2 on the return journey, a total of 120 tales. The storyteller judged best would receive a free supper. Chaucer introduces each pilgrim in the general prologue, describing their occupation, social class, appearance, and personality. The pilgrims represent a cross-section of English society: the knight, the prioress, the monk, the friar, the merchant, the clerk, the wife of Bath, the miller, the reeve, the pardoner, and others. Some are noble, some hypocritical, some bawdy, some worldly. Chaucer depicts medieval society with humour, satire, and psychological insight. The tales themselves vary widely in genre and tone: romance, fabliau, moral allegory, saint's life, Breton lay. They range from the knight's noble romance to the miller's obscene comedy. Chaucer never completed the work. Only 24 tales survive, and there's no return journey. Chaucer died in 1400, leaving the Canterbury Tales unfinished. Early manuscripts were copied by scribes, notably Adam Pinkhurst, who likely worked directly with Chaucer. Chaucer borrowed extensively from earlier writers: Boccaccio, Petrarch, the Bible, Ovid, transforming his sources into something distinctly English. Medieval literature also included Arthurian romances recounting the legends of King Arthur, his Knights of the Round Table, and the quest for the Holy Grail. The chivalric romance genre celebrated courtly love, idealized, often adulterous passion, between a knight and a noblewoman. Troubadours in southern France composed love poetry, celebrating this courtly ideal. Women participated in this literary culture. Marie de France, writing in the 12th century, composed lays, short narrative poems in French. Hildegard of Bingen wrote theological and visionary works. Beatrice inspired Dante, becoming a central figure in the Divine Comedy. Religious literature dominated medieval writing. Hagiographies, lives of saints, were enormously popular, providing models of Christian virtue. Chronicles recorded historical events, though with varying degrees of accuracy. Penitential texts instructed Christians on sin and repentance. Theological treatises explored doctrinal questions. Jerome's Adversus Jovinianum, a 4th century text, remained influential throughout the Middle Ages. John Bromyard's 14th century Summa Predicantium served as a handbook for preachers, providing exemplar, illustrative stories for sermons. Medical treatises transmitted classical knowledge from Galen and Hippocrates, supplemented by Arabic medical learning. Al-Razi and Ibn Sina, known in Europe as Rhazes and Avicenna, wrote medical encyclopedias that were translated into Latin and used in European universities. Legal texts compiled and systematized canon law and civil law. Heretical texts were written, condemned, and sometimes burned, though fragments survive in inquisitorial records. Medieval intellectual life culminated in the late 14th century with figures like Chaucer in England, Dante, and Petrarch in Italy, and numerous scholastic philosophers. The invention of printing in the 1440s transformed how knowledge was transmitted, making books cheaper and more widely available. By 1500, medieval manuscript culture was giving way to print culture, marking one boundary of the medieval period. But the intellectual achievements of those centuries, the preservation of classical texts, the development of universities, the creation of scholasticism, the composition of great literary works, shaped all that followed. Medieval Europe was never as economically stagnant as the Dark Ages stereotype suggests. While the early medieval period saw localized, self-sufficient manorial economies, long-distance trade revived and expanded dramatically from the 11th century onward. Merchant networks stretched from England to China. Italian cities grew fabulously wealthy, controlling Mediterranean trade. The Hanseatic League dominated northern seas. New financial instruments and commercial practices emerged. A merchant class challenged feudal hierarchies. By 1500, European commerce had reached a sophistication that would enable global expansion in subsequent centuries. The manorial economy we discussed earlier aimed for self-sufficiency. Ideally, a manor produced everything its inhabitants needed: food, clothing, tools. But complete self-sufficiency was impossible and undesirable. Some goods weren't locally available. Iron ore, salt, spices, wine from specific regions, luxury textiles, these had to be imported. Even peasants wanted items they couldn't produce themselves. This created opportunities for trade. Local markets operated weekly in towns, where peasants sold surplus agricultural products and craftsmen sold manufactured goods. Larger fairs occurred annually or seasonally, attracting merchants from wider regions. Some fairs became international events. The Champagne fairs, held in northeastern France from the 12th to the 14th centuries, were among the most important. 6 fairs rotated through 4 towns: Bar-sur-Aube, Lagny, Provence and Troyes, with each fair lasting about 6 weeks, followed by a break for merchants to travel to the next fair. This created an almost continuous market throughout the year. Flemish cloth, English wool, and Baltic furs from the north met Italian silks, German metals, and spices from the Levant. The Champagne fairs served as a crucial hub connecting northern and southern European economies, stimulating trade on unprecedented scale and encouraging regional specialization. Trade was organized and controlled by guilds. Merchant guilds regulated commerce in towns, controlling who could trade and on what terms. Craft guilds organized specific trades: bakers, blacksmiths, weavers, shoemakers, and dozens of others. Guilds set quality standards, regulated prices, and controlled entry into trades through the apprenticeship system. The guild structure was hierarchical. At the bottom were apprentices, boys or young men learning a trade. An apprentice lived with his master, who provided food, lodging, and training. In return, the apprentice worked for little or no wages, typically for 7 years. Apprentices learned basic techniques, but weren't trusted with trade secrets until they proved reliable. After completing apprenticeship, a young craftsman became a journeyman, a qualified worker who could be hired for wages but didn't own his own shop. Journeymen traveled, working for different masters and perfecting their skills. Eventually, a journeyman might become a master craftsman, opening his own workshop and training apprentices. Becoming a master required approval from existing guild masters, payment of fees, and often the creation of a masterpiece, a demonstration piece proving the candidate's skill. This system maintained high standards, but also limited competition. Guilds were protectionist, restricting outsiders and maintaining members' monopolies. Guild regulations could be oppressive, but they also provided quality control, social support for members, and training for the next generation. Long-distance trade routes connected Europe to Asia and Africa. The most famous was the Silk Road, actually a network of overland routes spanning more than 6,400 kilometers from China to the Mediterranean. The Silk Road originated in Xi'an in north-central China, followed the Great Wall westward, crossed the Pamir Mountains, passed through Afghanistan, and reached the Levant, from where goods were shipped across the Mediterranean. Few merchants traveled the entire route. Instead, goods passed through many hands in a staggered progression. This intermediation increased prices, but spread profits and risks. Chinese silk gave the route its name, but many commodities traveled both directions. From China came silk, porcelain, jade, lacquerware, medicines and perfumes. Snow-white Chinese porcelain, vases, bowls and dishes with graceful patterns was extraordinarily expensive in European markets because only the Chinese knew how to make it. From the West came wool, gold and silver. Ideas and religions also traveled the Silk Road. Buddhism reached China from India. Nestorian Christianity spread to Central Asia. And disease traveled as well. Many scholars believe the Black Death reached Europe via the Silk Road. Parallel to the Silk Road were the spice routes, connecting South and Southeast Asia with Europe via the Indian Ocean and overland paths. Spices, pepper, cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, cassia, came primarily from India, Sri Lanka, and the Moluccas Islands. Arab merchants dominated these routes during the medieval period, controlling the flow of spices from Asia to the Mediterranean. They guarded the origins of spices carefully, telling Europeans mysterious tales about pepper being guarded by poisonous serpents or cinnamon growing in inaccessible locations. These tales maintained high prices and Arab monopolies. Spices were enormously valuable. They preserved food, flavored bland medieval diets, were believed to have medicinal properties, and demonstrated wealth and status. Pepper was so valuable it was sometimes used as currency. Marco Polo, traveling in Asia in the late 13th century, reported that 10,000 pounds of pepper arrived daily in the Chinese city of Hangzhou. He described vast plantings of pepper, nutmeg, and cloves in Java, and the abundance of cinnamon, pepper, and ginger on India's Malabar coast. His accounts increased European interest in direct access to Asian spices. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. Italian maritime republics, Venice, Genoa, Pisa, Amalfi, dominated Mediterranean trade from the 11th to 15th centuries. Venice and Genoa emerged as the most powerful, creating true thalassocracies, sea-based empires. Venice's geographic position at the head of the Adriatic gave it advantages in trade with Byzantium. A Byzantine decree in 1082 granted Venetian merchants extensive trading privileges, launching Venice toward commercial dominance. Venetian ships carried goods from the Levant, spices, silk, precious stones, and other Eastern luxuries, to European markets. Venice also traded in salt, glass, and textiles produced locally. Genoa, on the northwestern Italian coast, grew to prominence in the 11th century and became a dominant Mediterranean trading power. Genoa established colonies around the Black Sea, particularly in Crimea. After the Treaty of Nymphaeum with Byzantium in 1261 gave them access, Genoese merchants traded textiles, spices, and luxury items across the Mediterranean and beyond. Venice and Genoa were fierce rivals, fighting several wars for commercial supremacy. Both cities grew fabulously wealthy from trade, building magnificent palaces, churches, and naval arsenals. The Crusades stimulated Italian maritime trade. The maritime republics provided ships to transport crusaders and supplies to the Holy Land, gaining trading concessions in crusader ports. They established warehouses, colonies, and commercial establishments throughout the Levant. Even after the Crusader states fell, Italian merchants maintained trade connections with Muslim powers. Trade routes connected these Italian cities with Islamic ports: Alexandria and Damietta in Egypt, Aden in Yemen, Siraf in Persia, and Jeddah near Mecca. Constantinople remained crucial as a trade hub between Europe and Asia until its fall to the Ottomans in 1453. Italian merchants acted as middlemen, buying Asian goods at Eastern Mediterranean ports and selling them at enormous markups in Western Europe. Northern Europe had its own trade network, the Hanseatic League. This medieval confederation of merchant guilds and market towns emerged in the late 12th century, dominated maritime trade in the North and Baltic Seas from the 13th to 15th centuries. The origins lay in alliances of German trading towns, particularly Lübeck and Hamburg, which formed an association in 1241. By the 1280s, German merchants trading in the Baltic joined with those trading in Flanders and England, creating the Hanseatic League. The League established trading posts called kontors in London, Bruges, Bergen, and Novgorod, extraterritorial entities enjoying considerable legal autonomy. Hanseatic merchants traded fish, timber, furs, grain, metals, and manufactured goods. They enjoyed privileges and protections, operated private companies, and had access to commodities others couldn't easily obtain. The League's economic power was so great it could impose blockades and wage war against kingdoms. At its height, the Hanseatic League included over 200 towns. Wool trade connected England and Flanders in a crucial commercial relationship. England produced high-quality wool from sheep raised on its abundant pastures. Flemish weavers transformed this wool into luxury cloth, renowned throughout Europe. The period from the 11th to 13th centuries was a golden age for Flemish cloth production. The industry financed the development of Ghent, Ypres, and particularly Bruges, which became the busiest port in northern Europe. Italian and Spanish merchants and bankers were attracted to Flemish cities to participate in this lucrative trade. England supplied almost all the wool used in Flemish cloth production. This dependency made Flanders vulnerable. English embargoes on wool exports, used as political weapons during conflicts between England and France, devastated the Flemish cloth industry. In the 14th century, competition increased and quality alternatives emerged. Spanish merino wool provided a cheaper substitute, though it lacked the quality needed for luxury woolens. The Flemish monopoly broke, and by the early 15th century, the industry had declined to a fraction of its former glory. Medieval commerce required financial innovations. Italian merchants, especially Florentines, pioneered banking and credit systems. The church banned usury, charging interest on loans, considering it sinful. Medieval bankers developed workarounds. Instead of direct interest-bearing loans, they used bills of exchange. letters of credit allowing merchants to move money across borders without carrying cash. The bill of exchange involved currency conversion, and profit appeared as exchange gain rather than explicit interest. This regulatory arbitrage allowed bankers to earn returns while maintaining the appearance of compliance with church doctrine. The Medici family of Florence became the most famous medieval banking dynasty. Operating from the 14th to the 15th centuries, they served merchants, the church, and European rulers. Their network of branches across Europe facilitated international commerce. The Medicis and other banking families, like the Fuggers of Augsburg, established branches in commercial centres like Bruges, providing investment capital and money-changing services. Commercial law developed to regulate trade. Contracts, dispute resolution mechanisms, and credit instruments became increasingly sophisticated. Customs duties, port taxes, tolls on rivers and roads, and passage fees generated revenue for rulers, but also added cost to trade. Kingdoms imposed trade restrictions and monopolies, attempting to control and tax commerce. Merchants navigated this complex web of regulations, seeking privileges and negotiating favorable terms. By the late 15th century, the established trade patterns were changing. The Ottoman conquest of Constantinople in 1453 disrupted eastern Mediterranean trade routes. Portuguese explorers sought alternative routes to Asian spices, sailing south along the African coast. Vasco da Gama finally reached India by sailing around the Cape of Good Hope, arriving at Kozhikode on May 20th, 1498. This voyage opened the Cape route, giving Portugal direct access to Indian spices and breaking the Venetian Arab monopoly. The spice trade proved enormously profitable for the Portuguese royal treasury. By 1501, large quantities of Indian spices, cinnamon, cassia, ginger, pepper, nutmeg, mace, and cloves, flowed through Lisbon. Trade transformed medieval Europe. It urbanized society. New towns were founded to exploit trade advantages. Existing towns grew and specialized. It created wealth outside feudal land ownership, empowering merchants who challenged traditional hierarchies. It connected distant regions, facilitating exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. It drove financial and legal innovations that laid foundations for modern capitalism. By 1500, European trade networks extended globally, setting the stage for the age of exploration and colonial expansion that would follow. The late Middle Ages witnessed catastrophic conflicts, devastating plagues, and profound transformations that ended the medieval world and ushered in modernity. The 100 Years' War between England and France redrew the political map of Western Europe. The Mongol invasions terrified Eastern Europe. The Wars of the Roses tore England apart. Constantinople fell to the Ottomans, ending the Byzantine Empire. And new technologies, gunpowder, printing, ocean-going ships, made the medieval world obsolete. By 1500, feudalism was collapsing, centralized nation-states were emerging, and Europe stood on the threshold of global expansion. The Middle Ages were ending, though no one living through these changes would have used that term. The 100 Years' War, lasting from 1337 to 1453, was actually a series of conflicts interrupted by truces and periods of peace. The war's origins lay in dynastic disputes and territorial rivalries. When the French king Charles IV died in 1328 without a male heir, two claimants emerged. Philip of Valois, Charles's cousin, was crowned Philip VI, but Edward III of England, whose mother was Charles IV's sister, also claimed the French throne. Edward argued that inheritance through a female line was valid. The French rejected this, citing Salic law, which excluded inheritance through women. Beyond the succession dispute, England held territories in France, Aquitaine and Gascony as feudal fiefs. The English king was technically a vassal of the French king for these lands, creating awkward political dynamics. Economic rivalry over the wool trade with Flanders added another layer of tension. The war began in 1337, when Philip VI confiscated Aquitaine. Edward III responded by formally claiming the French throne and invading. The early phases went remarkably well for England despite being outnumbered. At the Battle of Crécy on August 26, 1346, English longbowmen devastated French cavalry. The French knights, among the finest cavalry in Europe, charged repeatedly into volleys of English arrows. The longbow's range, power, and rate of fire proved decisive. French losses were catastrophic. Perhaps 1,500 knights and 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers died, while English casualties numbered only about 200. Philip VI himself was wounded. 10 years later, at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, the English won another crushing victory. The French king, John II, was captured and taken to England as a prisoner. His ransom bankrupted France. The Treaty of Bretigny in 1360 ceded over a third of France to English control. The war entered a quieter phase until Henry V of England renewed hostilities in 1415. At the Battle of Agincourt on October 25, 1415, St. Crispin's Day, Henry's army, exhausted and outnumbered, faced a much larger French force. The English deployed on muddy ground between forests, with longbowmen protected by wooden stakes driven into the earth. When the French cavalry charged, they became bogged down in mud. English arrows slaughtered them. The French men-at-arms, wearing heavy armor, could barely move in the mud and were cut down. English losses were perhaps a few hundred. French losses numbered in the thousands. Agincourt became legendary, immortalized in Shakespeare's Henry V. Henry V followed up by conquering Normandy and much of northern France. By the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, the mentally unstable French King Charles VI was forced to disinherit his son and name Henry V as heir to France. When both Charles VI and Henry V died in 1422, Henry's infant son was proclaimed King Henry VI of both England and France, a dual monarchy. English fortunes seemed at their peak. Then came Joan of Arc. In 1429, this teenage peasant girl from Domremy claimed to receive visions from saints instructing her to support Charles VII, the disinherited Dauphin, and drive the English from France. Somehow she convinced Charles's court to give her armor and troops. She led relief forces to Orléans, which had been besieged by the English for 6 months. Her presence galvanized French morale. The siege was broken within days. Joan's success at Orléans marked the turning point of the war. Joan led French forces to further victories, enabling Charles VII's coronation at Reims. But in May 1423, Burgundian forces captured her at Compiègne. The Burgundians, English allies, sold her to the English. She was put on trial for heresy by Bishop Pierre Cauchon, accused of blasphemy for wearing men's clothes, acting on demonic visions, and refusing to submit to church authority. On May 30th, 1431, Joan was burned at the stake in Rouen marketplace, aged about 19. But Joan's military successes had already changed the war's trajectory. French victories continued. England gradually lost its French territories. By 1453, When the war officially ended, England held only Calais. All other French territories were lost. Calais itself remained English until 1558. The 100 Years' War devastated both countries, but particularly France, whose countryside was repeatedly ravaged. The war also transformed military tactics. The longbow proved infantry could defeat armoured cavalry, and strengthened national identities in both England and France. And hey, subscribe if you want to. More boring facts are here whenever you need them. You'll always know where to find Keeper of Sleep when you can't sleep. Even before the 100 Years' War ended, England descended into civil war. The Wars of the Roses, lasting from 1455 to 1485 or 1487, pitted two branches of the royal Plantagenet family against each other. The House of Lancaster, whose symbol was a red rose, fought the House of York, whose symbol was a white rose. The conflict began during the weak reign of Henry VI, who suffered from mental illness. His incapacity created a power vacuum. Richard, Duke of York, had a strong claim to the throne and emerged as Henry's rival. The wars were marked by shifting allegiances, betrayals, and brutal battles. Towton in 1461 was probably the bloodiest battle ever fought on English soil. The Yorkists eventually placed Edward IV on the throne, but conflict continued. After Edward's death in 1483, his brother Richard III seized power, possibly murdering Edward's young sons, the princes in the Tower, to secure his claim. Richard's reign was brief. On August 22, 1485, at the Battle of Bosworth Field, Henry Tudor, a Lancastrian claimant with a tenuous genealogical claim, defeated and killed Richard III. Henry was crowned Henry VII, founding the Tudor dynasty. To consolidate power, Henry married Elizabeth of York, symbolically uniting the warring houses. The Wars of the Roses ended, though a final battle at Stoke Field in 1487 is sometimes considered the true conclusion. While Western Europe fought its internal conflicts, Eastern Europe faced an existential threat: the Mongols. Genghis Khan had died in 1227, but his successors continued expanding the Mongol Empire. Between 1236 and 1242, Mongol armies invaded Europe. The invasion was coordinated and massive. From the 1220s through the 1240s, Mongols conquered Volga Bulgaria, Cumania, Alania, and various Russian principalities. In 1241, they launched a two-pronged invasion of Poland and Hungary. One Mongol army under Orda and Khadan invaded Poland. At the Battle of Legnica on April 9, 1241, they faced a coalition of Polish forces led by Henry II the Pious, Duke of Silesia. The Mongols destroyed the coalition, killing Henry and thousands of his men. But this was a secondary force, numbering fewer than 10,000. The main Mongol army, commanded by Batu Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson, and the legendary General Subutai, invaded Hungary. King Bela IV of Hungary assembled a large army, including what was considered the best cavalry in Europe. On April 11, 1241, the two armies met at the Battle of Mohi on the Sajo River. The Mongols used superior tactics, encircling the Hungarian army and annihilating it. Bela barely escaped. The Mongols burned Pest and seized control of the Hungarian plain. Hungarian casualties were staggering. Perhaps up to 25% of the population died, and habitable dwellings were reduced by about 50%. Europe seemed defenseless. The Mongols had defeated every army sent against them. Their composite bows, cavalry tactics, and military organization were vastly superior to European feudal forces. Vienna appeared to be next. Then, suddenly, the Mongols withdrew. Ugadai Khan, the Great Khan and Genghis Khan's successor, died in 1241. Batu Khan took much of his army back east to participate in the succession process and protect his interests. But the Mongol withdrawal wasn't solely due to Ugadai's death. The Mongols were reaching their geographical and logistical limits. Their cavalry-based army struggled in the forested and mountainous terrain of Central Europe. Supplies were running low, and revolts were breaking out in previously conquered territories. European rulers also adapted, withdrawing into their numerous castles along with food supplies. The Mongols were capable at siege warfare, but sieges were time-consuming and difficult to sustain, without readily available supplies. The Mongols established the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe and launched subsequent raids in later decades, but they never attempted another major invasion of Central Europe. When Ladislaus IV of Hungary faced another Mongol invasion later in the 13th century, he defeated them with an increased number of knights. European cooperation had also improved. Warring princes realized they had to cooperate against the Mongol threat, so local conflicts were suspended in parts of Central Europe. While the Mongol threat receded in the west, the Byzantine Empire faced its final crisis. By the 15th century, the once mighty empire had shrunk to little more than Constantinople and some territory in southern Greece. The Ottoman Turks controlled the surrounding lands on both sides of the Bosporus. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II, just 21 years old, besieged Constantinople with an army estimated at 200,000, facing only about 7,000 defenders. Mehmed employed massive cannons. The largest could fire stone balls weighing over 600 kilograms. These guns, products of the new gunpowder technology, battered Constantinople's ancient walls. After nearly 2 months of bombardment, on May 29, 1453, Ottoman forces breached the walls and poured into the city. Emperor Constantine XI Palaeologus died fighting. The Byzantine Empire, the last remnant of the Roman Empire, ended after more than 1,000 years. Constantinople became Istanbul, capital of the Ottoman Empire. Byzantine scholars fled to Italy, carrying Greek manuscripts that would fuel the Renaissance. The fall of Constantinople shocked Christendom. It also disrupted established trade routes, encouraging Western Europeans to seek alternative paths to Asian goods. Portuguese explorers, sponsored by Prince Henry the Navigator, had been pushing down the African coast since the early 15th century. In 1498, Vasco da Gama reached India by sailing around the Cape of Good Hope, opening a new era of global European expansion. Multiple factors mark 1500 as a conventional endpoint for the medieval period. Gunpowder weapons had fundamentally changed warfare. Gunpowder was invented in China and reached Europe probably through Mongol conquests in the 13th century. By the 14th century, European armies were using cannons, and by the 15th century, gunpowder weapons had effectively replaced most conventional weaponry. Castles that had resisted siege for centuries could be battered down in days. The feudal military system, armored knights as the elite fighting force, became obsolete. Cannon and musket could be mastered in weeks, while training a knight took a lifetime. Armies shifted from feudal levies to professional standing armies and mercenaries. The printing press, invented by Gutenberg in the 1440s, revolutionized knowledge transmission. Ideas could spread faster and more accurately than ever before. The Protestant Reformation, which began in 1517, would have been impossible without printing. Feudalism was collapsing. Serfdom declined as labor scarcity after the Black Death gave peasants leverage. Trade and commerce created wealth outside land ownership. Centralized monarchies, France, Spain, England, were replacing fragmented feudal territories. Rulers built bureaucracies, collected taxes, and exercised power that bypassed feudal intermediaries. The age of exploration was beginning. Columbus reached the Americas in 1492. Vasco da Gama reached India in 1498. Europeans would soon dominate global trade and begin colonial expansion. The Renaissance was flowering in Italy, celebrating classical learning and human achievement. New artistic, intellectual, and scientific movements were emerging. The medieval world-view, God-centered, hierarchical, accepting of tradition, was giving way to something new. The medieval period left profound legacies. Modern European languages evolved from medieval vernaculars. Legal systems incorporated medieval common law and Roman law, revived by medieval scholars. Universities founded in the Middle Ages still operate today. Gothic cathedrals still stand. Medieval literature, Dante, Chaucer, the Arthurian legends, remains part of Western culture. Political institutions, parliaments, representative assemblies, have medieval roots. Even the calendar, with its system of weeks, months, and religious holidays, is fundamentally medieval. The Middle Ages weren't a dark interlude between Roman glory and Renaissance brilliance. They were a dynamic, creative period that saw extraordinary achievements in art, architecture, literature, philosophy, technology, and social organization. The medieval world created much of what we recognize as European civilization. By 1500, that world was ending, transformed by plague, war, technological innovation, and exploration. But its legacy endures, shaping our world in ways we often don't recognize. The medieval period deserves to be understood on its own terms, not as a mere prelude to modernity, but as a fascinating, complex, and vital chapter of human history.